Sto provando anche.
Prova, check, check. Saranno 20 secondi. Eccola. Sì, sono 15 secondi di delay. Sì, ero io. Prova 1, 2, 3, prova 1, 2, 3, prova 1, 2, 3. E poi consiglio mio, magari quando non li usate, sì.
Ad esempio,
non vi dovrebbe servire, serve alle volte per informare.
Spento.
Magari aprano
Questo.
e poi lo chiudono.
Posso cominciare? Possiamo cominciare? Buongiorno a tutti e a tutte. Good morning to everybody. It's indeed a great pleasure to welcome you in Florence, especially for our partners from abroad. So I'll just say a few words to thank you for your presence here today, but not only for that, of course, for being our partners in this beautiful project. We're very happy about this. I will say a few words about the idea of the project. We thought it was very important to work with our students on the topic of gender equality in universities. So we asked for a little contribution from EUNIWEL, this consortium to which the University of Florence belongs, to, let's say, go from the general level, international law, European Union law, to our policy in the universities. And we thought it was very important to see, of course, we study law, we want to have the general overview, but also to see how eventually it is put into practice. It is implemented also in our academic work and in our life in universities. So we contacted our partners, and I really thank I will begin with the University of Murcia, with Professor Dorothy Estrada Tanck, Jorge Piernas Lopez that are here today. And then we also contacted the University of Nantes, and we have Professor Carole Billier and Professor Emile Delcher and Professor Megan Campbell from the University of Birmingham. And indeed, they were all very proactive in first drafting the project and then in implementing the project. So we are very, very happy to, and we're honored to have them today for the final conference with the restitution of the work that our students have done in parallel in different universities. I also have to say a few thanks to other people. First of all, I want to thank the team in Florence, because they have done a wonderful job. So first of all, Professor Deborah Russo and Dr. Agnese Vitale, we were following the students more in depth. But also all the other people belonging to the team, Professor Lopez Peña, Professor Laura Magis, and she's joining us at a later stage, Dr. Francesca Tammone and Francesca Cerulli. So thank to all of you for being part of this project and for helping us to implement the project. I'm also very happy that we have Professor Chiara Adembri from the Comitato Unico di Garanzia, the CUG in Florence. It's our body that is in charge not only of implementing activities about gender equality, but also for the well-being in the university. So it's a very important body. And we will also give them the guidelines, so to see, and maybe we have also further discussion with the guidelines that were prepared by our students to see if something can be improved in the University of Florence, of course. We also want to thank another project. We joined forces with another project, the project UNIFI Extra, financed by for the public engagement from the university. It's called Balance and Wellbeing, and Professor Deborah Russo is part of the team of this project, and Professor Andrea Guazzini, I want to thank him for joining forces with us, and also for organizing the registration and the streaming of this event. Last but not least, I want to thank, and I switch to Italian for a moment, ringraziare Francesca Torricelli, che fa parte della commissione della Regione Toscana, Commissione Pari Opportunità della Regione Toscana, un organo anche qui estremamente importante, e sono molto contenta che rappresenti, ci porti i saluti di quest'organo, al quale anche manderemo le linee guida e col quale vogliamo stabilire un colloquio sempre più stretto. Marina Capponi, un ringraziamento sentito per essere qui con noi oggi. Marina Capponi non soltanto è un'avvocata bravissima, parte del Comitato Pari Opportunità dell'Ordine degli Avvocati di Firenze, si occupa da sempre di temi relativi alla non discriminazione e anche alla tutela della parità di genere, in particolare nel mondo del lavoro, ma non soltanto, ed è stata eletta da pochissimo, è stata nominata da pochissimo nostra consigliera di fiducia. Siamo veramente contenti perché era una delle richieste che c'era da tanto tempo, insomma, che era stata formulata agli organi di ateneo da tanto tempo, è stata recepita e finalmente messa in pratica. Vi dico, spero di non avere dimenticato nessuno, vi dico che la direttrice del Dipartimento ha avuto, purtroppo è stata chiamata d'urgenza in Ateneo, quindi ci raggiunge più tardi per portare un saluto più verso la fine probabilmente. So thanks to all of you for being here today. Also, Professor Alessandra Minello, also thank you for your contribution, but you will be duly introduced at a later stage. And I give the floor now to Francesca Torricelli for her greetings and per il suo saluto iniziale. She will speak in Italian and slowly, so if somebody has problem, then I will translate. Grazie Francesca.
Buongiorno a tutti, veramente siamo molto contenti di pensare che l'Università di Firenze abbia portato avanti un progetto di questo tipo, perché come Commissione Pari Opportunità, logicamente essendo molto impegnati sulla parità di genere, sul riconoscimento dei generi, capite bene che avere un ateneo che si impegna su questi argomenti è veramente per noi una grande collaborazione. E infatti con l'Università di Firenze abbiamo fatto come Commissione Pari Opportunità proprio un... mi devi tradurre te ogni tanto? Non ho capito questo, sì?
Do you need a translation? Ok, maybe I will summarize at the end.
Sì, va bene. Come quindi Commissione Pari Opportunità della Regione Toscana abbiamo fatto proprio un accordo con l'Università di Firenze per poter portare avanti progetti che riguardano la parità di genere. La Commissione Pari Opportunità è stata istituita nel 2014 in Regione Toscana e dando proprio dei compiti specifici, facciamo parte quindi di un organo indipendente del Consiglio regionale, dove il nostro ruolo è quello di diciamo, fare osservazioni e tenere anche sotto controllo quelle che sono proposte di legge della Regione Toscana o azioni che riguardano logicamente tutta la Regione. In questo senso siamo un organismo costituito da 20 diciamo commissione, 20 rappresentanti di tutte le forze politiche anche. Abbiamo la Presidente che anzi Francesca Basanieri vi manda tantissimi auguri, che scusate avrei voluto dirlo fin dall'inizio ma purtroppo lei ha anche un altro lavoro e quindi era impegnata. E in questo senso noi abbiamo fatto molte azioni che riguardano una specifica, per esempio molto importante, che è stata quella di impegnarci sul bilancio di genere, perché il bilancio di genere è un bilancio che non era stato molto attuato anche dai nostri comuni e che diventa importantissimo perché vuol dire riconoscere alcuni indicatori, alcuni quindi stanziamenti specifici per quello che riguarda le donne. Banalmente anche tipo sui trasporti, avere chiarezza che i trasporti devono avere un certo bilancio per quello che riguarda il trasporto nel mondo, per esempio degli asili nido, delle scuole elementari, esempio semplice, ma anche quello che riguarda quindi dei finanziamenti specifici per mantenere la stessa, diciamo, parità di genere. Quindi un impegno grosso su quelli che sono i tempi di vita e del lavoro. e su questo è stata una delle attività sul quale la Commissione Pari Opportunità della Regione Toscana si è impegnata moltissimo. Un'altra cosa importante sul quale ci siamo impegnati ultimamente è il fare sensibilizzare le nostre scuole dall'asilo fino alle superiori con dei programmi specifici che riguardassero il rispetto, la dignità e quindi anche tutto il discorso sul bullismo. E questo l'abbiamo fatto insieme a Lucca Comics e abbiamo avuto un finanziamento specifico anche dall'Europa. Quindi diversificandoci in questo senso sulle varie attività tra l'asilo e le superiori. Le superiori stanno lavorando su dei progetti di teatro e altri invece su dei progetti di disegno e manifesti che serviranno l'anno prossimo per fare la campagna contro. Un argomento direi importante che stiamo facendo, abbiamo ritenuto che la sensibilizzazione sulla parità di genere, anche riguardo quindi a tutto quello che è di tutti i generi, poiché in questo momento purtroppo non abbiamo tanti servizi che aiutano le famiglie, spesso sono i nonni che vanno a prendere all'asilo, alle scuole elementari, i nipoti. E se noi facciamo un grosso lavoro nelle scuole, ma poi il bambino si ritrova a stare in casa col nonno che logicamente lo riprende perché non stai piangendo ma sei un maschio, non lo puoi fare, a quel punto tutto il lavoro che stiamo facendo nelle scuole può cadere. Vi assicuro che c'è un grosso interesse. È stato un lavoro grosso che stiamo concludendo con le ultime lezioni la prossima settimana e anche gli altri Hauser, gli Hauser sono le associazioni di pensionati che vanno proprio poi nelle case ad aiutare, è un'associazione di volontariato. Bene, io chiuderei qui la mia saluto e augurio rispetto a questo. Sicuramente terremo conto delle linee guida che ci mandate, perché credo che sia questa la cosa importante, il fatto che buone pratiche che vengono fatte da alcune, anche noi siamo andati in giro per la Toscana, in alcuni comuni, devono essere trasferiti senza doversi inventare cose nuove. Quindi questo sarà anche un altro punto sulla quale lavoreremo. Grazie a tutti e buon lavoro.
Many thanks, Francesca. Grazie. Very, very quick translation. Francesca was explaining a little bit what's the purpose of the Equal Opportunity Commission established in the region of Tuscany. It's an independent body created in 2014, composed by 20 members. And it's like a monitoring body overseeing on the draft legislation and on policies implemented at the regional level, at the level of the regional government, to see if they're complying also with the obligations that we have undertaken. They have worked a lot on many different issues, a lot on gender budget, to see also how to better implement a work-life balance, which is in fact also at the center of the other project that I mentioned today, a very important issue, of course. They also worked a lot on educational programs from toddlers to the secondary schools, and I think also this is crucial, and also our duty, of course, to work on education. And in this field, it's so important to exchange, of course, best practices, as Francesca was saying, and also to develop different tools to involve students. So they are working also with theater projects or with comics, also joining forces with Lucca Comics, this big festival that we have in Tuscany. So it's very important to work at different levels. By the way, it's also what the Istanbul Convention says, that we have to work a lot on prevention, on the preventive part, on implementing educational project. And I think in a very clever way, they also worked with grandparents, with the older people, because of course if you work a lot with students but then they go home to their grandparents and they tell him, you're a boy, you don't have to cry, and just passing along stereotypes that we all know, the patriarchal culture that unfortunately we still live in, then it's a waste, of course. So it's good to work at all levels, and we will be very happy to again work together on in this field.
Vorrei aggiungere una cosa importantissima, che il bilancio di genere, sul quale l'abbiamo fatta come proposta della Regione Toscana, è stata possibile attuarla grazie davvero all'Università di Firenze, che ha messo a disposizione dei ricercatori che nei comuni piccoli che non avevano le forze, a quel punto sono stati aiutati dai ricercatori dell'Università di Firenze, se no non saremmo riusciti a farlo. Questo è bene dirlo.
Sì, it's very good. And she also was stressing the fact that it was possible to work on gender budget thanks to the agreement with University of Florence that provided the commission with researchers and colleagues that were implementing actually the project in all different places in the region of Tuscany. So indeed, it's important to have this partnership and to try to develop all possible ways to work together and to render this collaboration fruitful. Grazie ancora anche per i saluti e do la parola a Marina Copponi. Grazie Marina, and I will do the same, a short translation at the end.
Grazie a voi. Io sono felice, onorata e anche un po' emozionata di poter partecipare, di portare i saluti come, diciamo così, un organismo istituzionale di cui l'università si è dotata da pochissimo tempo, quindi per me è particolarmente prezioso questo momento, perché è la prima occasione pubblica in cui mi presento in carne ed ossa e quindi per, diciamo così, fare conoscere a tutta questa bellissima comunità di studio e di lavoro questa figura, la consigliera di fiducia, e proprio in un'occasione così preziosa, in occasione del meeting che riguarda un progetto europeo così importante dedicato alla parità di genere, nel quale studenti e studentesse si confrontano per suggerire delle azioni positive. Quindi veramente un contesto nel quale ritengo sia veramente prezioso e appropriato poter presentare questa figura. Infatti l'Università di Firenze, che si dota ora della consigliera di fiducia, non è ovviamente nuova, ha un percorso molto strutturato e molto importante su queste tematiche. Si è dotata da tempo di un regolamento che è finalizzato proprio alla prevenzione e al contrasto di tutte le discriminazioni e delle molestie nei luoghi di lavoro e di studio, proprio per perseguire il fine di far sì che tutti coloro che lavorano in questa e studiano in questa bellissima e feconda comunità possano vedere garantito il loro diritto alla correttezza, al rispetto della libertà, della dignità delle persone, in sostanza al benessere della propria vita, appunto, di studio e di lavoro. E in particolare i fenomeni che anche la figura della consigliera e le norme di autoregolamentazione che l'università diciamo così, di cui si è dotata, vuole prevenire e perseguire sono proprio i fenomeni più deprecabili, più pericolosi e più inquinanti diciamo così, di una vita comunitaria, che sono le molestie morali e sessuali, le discriminazioni fondate non solo sul genere, di cui oggi appunto trattiamo con focus particolare, ma anche l'orientamento sessuale, l'identità di genere, la razza ed origine etnica, la religione, le convinzioni personali, la disabilità e l'età, secondo appunto quella declinazione che le carte europee e internazionali dei diritti fondamentali, i trattati, le direttive e il loro recepimento nelle norme diciamo interne si declinano e presidiano. E tra i presidi c'è appunto anche la consigliera di fiducia fiducia. Che cosa fa sostanzialmente la consigliera di fiducia? È una figura che garantisce innanzitutto l'ascolto, un ascolto attento, mirato, riservato a chiunque ne faccia richiesta, quindi sia chi, diciamo così, opera in questo ambito universitario per motivi di studio, di formazione, sia per chi ivi lavora, sia sotto il profilo dei docenti, del personale amministrativo, chiunque vive appunto in questa comunità, che può appunto portare all'attenzione della consigliera diciamo così, le violazioni di queste regole di comportamento che ci siamo dati, e comunque appunto finalizzate al superamento di queste situazioni di disagio. Gli strumenti di cui la consigliera, che ovviamente non è nelle condizioni di risolvere ogni tipo di problematica, perché come sappiamo il nostro mondo di studio del lavoro è pervaso anche di disagio, è un disagio che poi proviene anche dal momento storico così difficile e così di sofferenza che riguarda tutto il nostro pianeta e che quindi un po' pervade anche la nostra vita quotidiana, però si avvale di, diciamo così, percorsi strutturati, che sono procedure codificate che possono avere un carattere informale, quindi la possibilità di diciamo così acquisire informazioni, di sostenere le vittime di queste condotte vietate, di poter sostenerle nel percorso di emersione da questo loro disagio e di intervento anche di ricucitura eventualmente dell'eventuale conflitto, e si può avvalere anche di procedure di tipo formale che preludono ad eventualmente interventi anche di carattere disciplinare, che possono essere anche molto incisivi, anche molto importanti. Quindi è una cassetta degli attrezzi che vede un'attività prevenzionale rispetto alla quale io tengo moltissimo a prevedere tanti contatti con gli altri organismi, come il CUG, come il Comitato Unico di Garanzia, come tutte le associazioni studentesche, tutti coloro che a vario titolo sono impegnati per rendere appunto questa comunità feconda, tranquilla e pervasa appunto di benessere, e quindi un lavoro di forte intervento prevenzionale, e poi ovviamente un lavoro individuale e collettivo sulle criticità che si possono manifestare. E il tema che appunto oggi ci appassiona è la parità di genere, ma non solo, appunto nella consigliera di fiducia e nei suoi compiti ci sono appunto tanti interventi che riguardano tutte queste altre sfaccettature, ma sicuramente la parità di genere è fondamentale, perché è il tema fondativo, è un tema trasversale, un po' prima di tutto la matrice e l'archetipo di tutte le altre discriminazioni sulle quali il modello appunto si è venuto poi a costruire anche per gli altri fattori di rischio, e poi che ritroviamo sempre anche quando ci troviamo di fronte a delle discriminazioni multiple o intersezionali. Il genere in qualche modo è sempre un po' il nostro punto di riferimento, e poi un po', diciamo così, vado dove mi porta il cuore, perché ho, come sanno appunto le amiche che mi conoscono da più tempo, un precedente bagaglio esperienziale che spero di poter, diciamo, condividere ed utilizzare come consigliera di parità della Regione Toscana per 16 anni, non poco, anni veramente molto belli, fecondi, nei quali il rapporto con l'università, il rapporto con la regione, con tutta la rete delle consigliere è stato veramente molto, molto importante. Io ricordo così, stiamo a parlare di buone pratiche, quindi mi sovviene un'esperienza condivisa con l'Università di Firenze e la regione di diversi anni fa, ma che potrebbe essere anche ripetuta, della creazione di una vera e propria corso di un modulo professionalizzante per la creazione di una specifica figura professionale da spendere nel mercato del lavoro di tecnico esperto in materia antidiscriminatoria, quindi con poi un approccio globale, quindi non soltanto legato al genere. Fu un corso mi sembra biennale che conduce vincemmo anche con il supporto economico della regione, nel quale l'Università di Firenze investì le proprie straordinarie competenze. E metto appunto anche questo sul piatto tra le esperienze. E un altro, diciamo così, collegamento, e poi mi avvio a concludere, ma approfitto insomma di questo momento e vi ringrazio, ma non vi voglio rubare altro tempo perché la giornata è densa e piena di cose interessanti. La condivisione di un'altra esperienza che è in parte è diciamo finita e in parte è ancora in corso, sempre come consigliera di fiducia a suo tempo dell'Istituto Nazionale di Fisica Nucleare, infinitamente piccolo, e oggi con gli astrofisici, quindi l'infinitamente grande, ma i problemi poi sono sempre grandi e sono sempre poi gli stessi. Un ambito in cui per esempio sono stata nelle condizioni, ho avuto l'occasione di toccare con mano il gender gap, soprattutto nell'ambito delle materie scientifiche, nelle cosiddette materie STEM, che è uno dei temi in cui dobbiamo lavorare moltissimo, perché vediamo come le ragazze, nonostante non siano incoraggiate dagli stereotipi sociali e familiari, si iscrivono a queste facoltà e fanno percorsi di studio e di formazione anche molto importanti. Le statistiche per esempio dicono che le ragazze sono il 40% di iscritti e anche di laureati e laureate nelle materie STEM. Sembrerebbe meno, la vulgata direbbe una partecipazione minore, in realtà è abbastanza importante, soprattutto la statistica viene implementata dalla presenza nelle cosiddette scienze della vita, dove le ragazze sono maggioritarie più che nelle materie più hard come ingegneria, fisica o matematica. Ma in realtà poi ci troviamo di fronte alla cosiddetta sindrome del tubo rotto che perde, il cosiddetto leaky pipeline, che è una figura, una metafora un po' meno abusata del glass ceiling, del soffitto di cristallo, e che vede una sorta di conduttura in cui si entra in tante, quindi un imbuto, che però si perde per la strada, quest'acqua che entra così fluente, poi alla fine ne arrivano solo poche gocce in fondo, perché la carriera diciamo nella scienza, nella ricerca, è una carriera assolutamente accidentata. E tra l'altro trovo estremamente appropriato un focus sul tema della maternità, perché in particolare in questo ambito noi vediamo di come spesso questa scelta insindacabile e preziosa di avere un figlio si traduce spesso in una interruzione fatale e irrimediabile e definitiva di uscita dal mondo della ricerca, dal mondo dello studio, dal mondo del lavoro, con la rinuncia alla carriera accademica o perlomeno diciamo così, la sua sostituzione alla ricerca di percorsi alternativi più conciliabili ma molto meno gratificanti. Quindi la perdita di tante risorse importanti attraverso questo diciamo così momento di criticità su cui il nostro paese si deve interrogare in maniera molto più sostenuta e incisiva rispetto ai bonus di cui appunto stiamo anche a volte impropriamente parlando. Quindi condivisione della paritaria dei carichi familiari, conciliazione vita-lavoro, superamento degli stereotipi della cultura patriarcale e riconoscimento alle ragazze delle stesse opportunità all'accesso al sapere nelle professioni, nelle posizioni di leadership di tutte le situazioni di governance della nostra società. Io non voglio aprire diciamo la parentesi delle attività professionali, io vivo nel mondo delle professioni, sono un'avvocata giuslavorista, ormai quarantennale esperienza e non voglio dirvi, ma ve lo dico, il nostro gender pay gap che è spaventoso. La nostra cassa forense presenta un panorama in cui le donne a qualsiasi età, in particolare le giovani, ma a qualsiasi età, anche quelle che come me cominciano ad avere un po' più di esperienza, hanno dei redditi il 50% rispetto rispetto ai colleghi uomini, e questo è credo uno scandalo a fronte di una presenza femminile ormai più del 60%. Poi non parliamo della assenza totale, diciamo così, nella leadership anche degli organismi di governo degli ordini professionali. Le presidenti degli ordini professionali sono pochissime, insomma veramente tacciamo sotto questo profilo, perché è veramente un discorso doloroso. Quindi io finisco e mi scuso di essere stata veramente un po' lunga, ma l'entusiasmo mi trascina, con un aforisma che si attribuisce ad Einstein. D'altronde vengo appunto dal mondo della scienza e lì finisco: è più facile spezzare un atomo che un pregiudizio. Quindi il nostro è un lavoro di lunga lena, cioè non riusciremo in maniera tranchant ad ottenere risultati, ma è un lavoro lungo, faticoso e lento, però inesorabile. Cioè arriveremo sicuramente a risultati, e speriamo in tempi non biblici. Quale miglior luogo per partire rispetto a questo percorso che l'università? C'è un vero momento di una fucina del sapere, è un luogo veramente di produzione, un opificio di azioni positive che devono insegnare a tutti e a tutti, e che quindi cercheremo veramente di condividere. Grazie veramente dell'attenzione.
I will just make a short summary, not to repeat everything, for the benefit of our guests from abroad. Marina Capponi, we are very proud because she's making her first public appearance as counselor of the University of Florence, counselor on gender discrimination issues, and not only, as she explained. She wanted to point out, and it's very important, that of course today we focus on gender discrimination, but in fact her work will be on all kinds of discrimination, not only gender-based, but also based on sexual orientation, gender identity, and also all other grounds of discrimination that we all know very well, unfortunately. Race, religion, beliefs, whatever it could emerge. She will be, I think it's very happy. I'm also a member of the Code of Ethics Commission, so we will work in parallel, I think, but it's very important that we have this specific public figure, because it's she will be able to listen in a private setting, and it's a less formal, let's say, procedure that you have, and you know, it's maybe easier for someone that's victim of discrimination to find the courage to go and talk about what they have been victim of in a university environment. So it's very, very important. Of course, it's not easy to face the things that may come up. The tools are various, and of course it may be from tools that are trying to work on putting the people back together and try to harmonize to solve what's happened through disciplinary measures. Of course, that's the point where you can get. Very important, she has a lot of experience. I did not mention that, but she has also been a member of the regional body of the Equal Opportunities Commission for 16 years, and also she has a previous experience as counselor, and still she's counselor of on gender discrimination for other institutions like the National Institute of Astrophysics. So she has a lot of experience on that, and I think it's very precious for us to have her here with us. And also she mentioned that she was working on with the financing of the region of Tuscany in a course for a technical expert on gender discrimination. And also this is a very important step, also in cooperation with the university. And I think maybe we have to come back on that. I was not aware of this, but I think it's a very important thing. Of course, she mentioned many other things, but I think now we have to move on. Just a couple of things. Very important, of course, that we have to work at all levels on the elimination of all forms of discrimination, and in different fields. Of course, it's important for us as university to work in the field of STEM. It's, the field where, in fact, there is a gender gap, even if it's, actually the figures are better than we all expect. The thing is that they are better in terms of laureates, of people who graduate. But then, the leaky pipeline thing is that a lot of girls are coming in, but a few are getting to the top. And that's, I think, I would say it's true in all areas, unfortunately. So it's something that we have, to keep in mind and still work on, as well as the maternity leave and work-life balance. We have Professor Alessandra Minelli. She has just written a book on this, Genitori alla pari, on the issue of parental leave. So maybe she will have the time to say a few words about that. And to end up, I will repropose the quotation by Einstein that she offered us. It's easier to break an atom than a prejudice, but we are on the right track, I think, and we have to, move, maybe slowly, but steadily towards our objectives. Thanks a lot, and I will now Yes, I will now not yet leave the micro because I have to introduce our keynote speaker properly. I have mentioned her name already. She's the head of the unit of the University of Murcia, but indeed it's a great honor and privilege to have her with us today, to have worked with her, to have listened to her, because we had the privilege to listen also to some events that they organized in Murcia and we could follow from remote. It will be, I'm sure, a great pleasure for all of you to listen to her keynote lecture today. Dorothy Estrada Tanck, she holds a PhD from the European University Institute, so I'm sure she also understands Italian very well. Master of Science in Political Theory from the London School of Economics, and a law degree from the Escuela Libre de Derecho de Mexico, Mexico City. She's I couldn't, I could stay here for hours to list all her titles. She's a lawyer, a very passionate lawyer about human rights law, especially the rights of women and girls and gender equality, but not only, also human rights of migrants, refugees, indigenous people, persons with disabilities, economic and social and cultural rights, and many other things. She also not only is a brilliant academic, but enjoys a professional experience in human rights, in legal issues and practice-oriented duties. So she's been also one of those lawyers that puts the law into practice, and also the director of the legal clinic of the University of Murcia in Spain. Most importantly, she is the chair of the UN working group on discrimination against women, and I think it's really a precious work that they're doing, and I'm grateful to her also for the work in this field. I don't even start to mention her publications, but she has, if you just Google her, you will find a broad array of publications, teaching and research activities all over the world. So I'm really glad and happy, really, I'm happy to give you the floor. Thank you, Dorothy, for being here with us. Grazie. Grazie a lei. L'abbiamo dato lei. Sì. Ah, lei devo muovergli le slide?
Should I start from again?
Sure. I don't know
I
if
can
you...
stand up. I'm fine standing up.
Okay.
Yeah. I can stand up. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for this very kind introduction. I'm truly honored to be here together with colleagues from University of Birmingham, Nantes University, and especially Università di Firenze. I'm truly thankful, particularly to Professors Micaela Frulli, Deborah Russo, and Agnese Vitale for this invitation and for allowing me to share with you some thoughts on gender equality in international law. Many of you are experts in your own right in this issue, and the students have worked on specific aspects of gender equality within universities and concerning universities as social actors, also to the outside. And we've seen today with the previous interventions, those partnerships and relationships between the university as a place of academic reflection and research and the impact on society through law reform, public policy, cultural change. And this is part of the evolution we have had in international law, and which I would want to share with you today, particularly from the focus of international human rights law, and to reflect together on how we can use and apply international, also European human rights law creatively. How can we use the tools that we have to address pressing violations of the human rights of women and girls, also to raise their voices, to place their views, thoughts, proposals at the center, and to further integral well-being. This project is developed within UniWell, the European University for Well-being. So how can human rights law be used to promote that well-being, gender equality, and also socioeconomic justice and other forms of equality, as has been addressed here before me. So just to place this discussion within the broader global context, and we have all seen data. I think the data is well known. It's true that we are still in need of disaggregated data of how many phenomena affect women and girls particularly or disproportionately, but we do know that gender equality is a widespread challenge in every place of the world, to a higher or lesser degree. The fact is that equality has not been reached, equality between women and girls as compared to men and boys, and also other forms of inequality based on sexual orientation, gender identity, which also are related to this discussion of gender equality. Still, let us recall, as we see here, that women and girls, basically half of the population worldwide, are disproportionately represented among the world's poor, among people living in poverty. We know that there are also particular harms and damages of poverty to women and girls. But let's also, apart from poverty, look at inequality. We know that extreme inequality has also deepened, especially since the pandemic. And we see that precisely since 2020, the richest 1% of the world has seized nearly 2/3 of all new wealth, almost twice as much money as the bottom 99% of the world's population. And many countries are facing also a cost of living crisis, including in countries that may be at the top of the list of GDP, but that when you look at the internal distribution of wealth, we see how this is in many cases extremely unequal, and it particularly affects women and girls. So we're facing a situation of not only extreme poverty, but also extreme inequality, and how the gaps and the spaces between, let's say, those at the bottom and those at the top of the spectrum has deepened, as well as inter-country inequality between rich and poor countries. So within that global context, we have also seen an effect on women and girls, particularly human mobility. If we think of, for example, unpaid care work and domestic work, areas of social life that we know are disproportionately represented by women, but also we see how there's a depletion of resources from poorer countries to richer countries. We see it here in Florence and Self. We see it in many parts of Western Europe, how precisely care work, domestic work is carried out by migrants in many cases, particularly migrant women. The global context also has let us see that we are experiencing a global gender backlash, meaning that rights of women and girls that were already recognized are being taken back. We see how steps back have been taken in different countries. So there's not only a general resistance to gender equality, which exists. We know that to dismantle the patriarchy, we find resistances, but also certain rights that we already took for granted are being retrogressed. For instance, sexual and reproductive health rights, for instance, the negation of gender-based violence, and even the questioning of the concept of gender itself as a social construction that explains relationships of power and disparities, superiority, inferiority relationships that affect women and girls negatively. So in that context, it's ever more important to reaffirm gender equality. At the same time, women resist and persist and have mobilized and are trying to set red lines to defend their rights. And how can we do to further those objectives through human rights law? Let's go back to the basics, to the ABC of human rights law, which we really have to rescue at this point in time. We all know that the UN Charter sets forth that there has to be international cooperation to further socioeconomic development and the better protection of human rights. This is developed then in Article 55 of the Charter, speaking of the creation of conditions, as you see there, of stability and well-being, again, going back to the core objectives of UNIWEL, and establishing obligations, state obligations to promote higher standards of living, international cooperation, and universal respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. At this point in time, one of the challenges is to further those objectives, especially towards entities that may not have been so traditionally involved in human rights, such as, for instance, the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. How do we open broader conversations with those entities? For instance, let's think of the economic crisis in several parts of the world, including Western Europe since 2010, and the austerity measures that were recommended and sometimes obligated by the IMF. Austerity measures, apart from the social impact they have, affect women and girls particularly, because if you reduce social spending for places for childcare, places for care of elderly people, persons with disabilities, because of the way our social structures are organized, many times those functions, those roles of care will rely on women, with all the effect that carries on for their rights. So this is a conversation that we still need to push forward more strongly. We know that this general articulation of human rights law that comes from 1945 originally has opened the door for individuals as rights holder to create a relationship with states and require the fulfilling of those obligations. We know that with the basis of the Human Rights Charter, the Commission of Human Rights was created in 1946, then substituted by the Human Rights Council in 2006, which is the organ that appoints the human rights special procedures, and that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in this post-World War II era developed those general principles of human rights and specified which human rights exactly are we talking about: civil, political, economic, social, and cultural, on the basis of non-discrimination. Now, we know that although all human rights are universal, the possibility of them being violated is not universal. There are human beings that are placed at a greater risk and in a greater condition of vulnerability to suffer those violations. And this is something that human rights law wished to address as well. Article 25 of the declaration refers to some of the issues some of you were mentioning before, motherhood and childhood as requiring specific protections, and how a standard of living and well-being, including food, clothing, housing, medical care, necessary social services, has to be implemented. So we see these cross-cutting factors between gender equality and socioeconomic equality, which is something that I think we need to focus on more closely when we discuss gender equality. And we know as well that there are two main systems of protection that the international system has devised: treaty-based bodies and the charter-based bodies, also known as special procedures, as I mentioned. These are the two great branches, as we know, that have focused on developing those general human rights standards. We have 9 main human rights treaties, each one of them with their treaty body. As you know, the students have studied the CEDAW committee and its interpretations of the convention. We have here those 9 treaties. I'm focusing a bit more closely, obviously, on the CEDAW committee as the authentic interpreter of the CEDAW, and its development of understanding violence against women as discrimination against women. You see that the name of the treaty is discrimination. It doesn't refer explicitly to violence. But over the years, the CEDAW committee understood that violence against women is an expression, probably the most visible, the most extreme, of discrimination against women. Violence against women does not happen in a vacuum, in an isolated manner. It happens within these structures of disparities in power and in access to resources, opportunities, and rights. And this is a development for us when we're discussing gender equality through those general recommendations, 19 and 35 especially, of the CEDAW committee. And we know that there are new forms of violence that women and girls are confronting today, different forms of digital and online discrimination and violence, political violence when women are candidates, when women are protesting, students protesting in the streets and in their universities, as we have seen in recent times. And there are particular impacts on women and girls that with these tools of human rights we can address. The developments also in terms of rights of the child and rights of girls specifically has also been relevant. And I also wanted to highlight within this structure the Convention on the Rights of All Migrant Workers. I was speaking at the beginning of migrant women and the effect of roles of care on them. And we know that no country in the EU is a party to the Convention on the Rights of All Migrant Workers. So for example, Italy, Spain, the UK, France will be part of all the other 8, but no EU country, and the UK in this case as well, is a party to the Convention on the Rights of All Migrant Workers. So one point that I leave for your further advocacy is to promote that as a tool to defend, to better defend the rights of migrant women. In terms of special procedures, the other branch of the system, because not all countries are party to CEDAW. So for example, you have the US that signed CEDAW but never ratified it. What do you do with those countries? So the system created a second complementary structure, which are special procedures, and those dedicated to women and girls are the UN Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women and Girls, precisely when this realization came that violence had to be understood as a public issue within the public agenda as an expression of discrimination. Then this special rapporteurship was created to raise awareness of that. And then this is in the 90s. And then in 2010, the Working Group on Discrimination Against Women and Girls, which I have the honor of being a member of. All of these special procedures and treaty bodies are formed by what is called in the UN independent experts, people that don't receive a salary from the UN. So we uphold those UN treaties and values, but we don't receive a salary from the UN. We carry out this work pro bono, supported by staff of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, which is UN staff. But the members of treaty bodies and special procedures are independent, meaning they can also criticize the UN itself, right? And when the UN is not acting correctly, in the end it's formed by states, right? The UN is an international organization, which because of its formation of states may not always comply with the instruments that itself created. So these are the three main mechanisms, the triad of mechanisms: CEDAW committee as treaty body, and Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women and Girls, and the Working Group on Discrimination, again, focusing on the broader structures and power differences that facilitate violence, that act on different issues concerning women and girls. And I'll give an example of how the global gender backlash and extreme forms of gender inequality have been approached. The Human Rights Council that appoints the special procedures instructed the UN Special Rapporteur on Afghanistan and us as Working Group on Discrimination Against Women and Girls to carry out a report on the situation of women and girls in Afghanistan, precisely as an example of the most extreme institutionalized form of gender-based discrimination that, according to the visit that we made there when we were there and the consequent report, we are concluding that it's a situation of gender apartheid, of institutional segregation that must be codified and recognized as such. And our students have developed that, we will see with more detail. When I had the chance of being there in Afghanistan, the woman said, we are like prisoners in our own home. Women and girls can't go to school from 12 years of age onward. Women can't go out to the street without a mahram, the male companion. They can't go to the market. They can't. After our visit there was an edict closing beauty parlors, saying that women can't own them, work in them, basically closing everything. So that obviously has an economic impact. It has a social impact because these were spaces of women where they could be together, where they could socialize. And you see this visual representation of how grave the gender inequality is there. So this is an example of how we should approach this. However, gender apartheid is not fully recognized as a term in human rights law. So this is something where we have to push, and again, maybe one of the issues in which we as universities can work together. Special procedures have also furthered broader understandings of poverty, not only as a lack of income, but also lack of access to basic services, social exclusion, and have particularly highlighted the effect of that broad understanding of poverty concerning women and girls. So what can we do in terms of using international human rights law to further these goals? What is our responsibility as universities and the relationship with other social actors? And what we have proposed is to adopt feminist and human rights-based approaches to migrant women and girls, to women and girls generally, to counter the global gender backlash. Afghanistan is an example of the global gender backlash, the most visible example, but it's not the only one. Let us understand that Afghanistan is one case among many where we see these indicators of the backlash, again, denial of the concept of gender, of gender-based violence, substituting ministries of equality for ministries of the family, promoting traditional values of the family, which obviously means a secondary role for women most of the time. So both in authoritarian, nationalistic settings, but also in democratic settings, we see the examples of far-right ideology promoting these types of ideas. So we have to reaffirm that gender equality is a human right and that there's a whole set of tools that we can and should use to protect it, including to inform the economy, right? A feminist and human rights-based economy, and to change patriarchal institutions, structures, including certain functionings of the market, right? Including when we approach how economic systems work. So how do we do this, right? How do we use these tools to further these goals? And we have to reaffirm, again, non-discrimination and equality as cross-cutting in every activity that we do. To have a feminist approach also means adopting a gendered lens towards everything, not only law, medicine, physics, biology. Why? Because we're the half of humanity. Anything you want to study obviously has to take into account women and girls and their specific needs and the impact women and girls experiences, just because we're studying humans, right? And when we study anything that affects humans, including, for instance, climate change, we have to look at this from a gendered lens. And so we have tried to provide within the working group and in our university work as well, concrete examples and recommendations of how this can be done. This also involves the work of legal clinics, the work we have been doing here, the 4 universities involved, the relationship with social actors, but other duty bearers apart from the state as well, regional, local governments, business corporations, again, international economic institutions, the IMF, the World Bank, the policies on cooperation for development. We have to inject the gendered lens into all of those social, economic, and political actors, and also work together with men as well, right? We have to promote men's accountability for the construction of gender equality. We see here in this room, for instance, that we are a group formed by women in the majority, right? So we need to bring men into the conversation, for them to participate, to understand how this is beneficial for the whole of society, and that they also have a responsibility. And that responsibility may sometimes mean taking a step to the side or taking a step back, recognizing that historically they have enjoyed situations of privilege and broader power, and how to work together and build those bridges. So again, one more point maybe for our joint homework of what we have to do. Also, human rights law, for instance, the Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, gives us tool to promote socioeconomic equality. It sets forth obligation of cooperation between states, for instance, wealthy states towards states who are in conditions of poverty. So how do we look at that from a gendered lens? This is a conversation that we have tried to push forward more strongly. How do we protect the rights of migrant women and girls using also the tools of gender equality and socioeconomic equality? So what we're really trying to do is to break the glass ceiling, as was said before, but also the class ceiling, right? We want to look at women and girls in all their variety, the experiences of intersectional discrimination as well, and to see how gender equality as a cross-cutting phenomenon affects all women and girls and also other gender diverse people, but it affects certain women and girls more gravely, right? Migrant women and girls, women from ethnic minorities, women from racial minorities, women from religious minorities as well, asylum seekers, refugee women, and how do we protect those women especially, and also raise their voices, right? We want them to also be part of the solution and not to impose top-down approaches only, but really to build together with women. And so part of what the UN special procedures have tried to do is to create spaces for women, also for girls. We have tried to incorporate girls into our work more consciously and in a targeted manner. So now all the consultations we carry out, we include girls, some extremely young, 12, 13 girls. You have to go through, certain safeguards and, parental permission, protection, all of that. But once that is done, it's so refreshing to hear girls and young women being part of the solutions that then we are bringing to the international community in the Human Rights Council and contributing to these mechanisms of global accountability. So to finalize, what we have been trying to move the needle towards now is to focus on non-discrimination, that's for sure, but also to move toward the other range of positive substantive equality. So we don't only want to prevent discrimination and the worst cases of violence and inequality. Of course, we want to do that, and we have to keep on addressing that. But we think that the conversation also has to move to what substantive equality actually means for women and girls. Obviously, it's much more than equality before the law. It's going beyond formal equality, but it's also talking of inclusive and transformative equality. What we really want to do is to transform the structures that have allowed and permitted gendered inequalities for so many years. So we feel that these feminist and human rights-based approaches are absolutely crucial and essential to further a cultural change, really, in favor of peace, of cooperation, of solidarity that we know we cannot take for granted, that we know there are steps back, there are resistances, and in Mexico sometimes they say the good ones, we are more, but the bad ones are better organized, right? So let's organize as in this Gender Act project and come together to reaffirm substantive equality of women and girls and to further this culture of human rights for all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dorothy. I think it's really inspiring to hear your words and to know about your work. And I think you're right. We have to, all of us, each and every one of us has to try to give his or her contribution. And it's very important that we involve men, of course. Sometimes they're not so keen to be involved, unfortunately, but we will work on that as well. So I think now it's time for the core of our day today. So it's time to give the floor to Deborah and Agnese for the introduction of this second part. And thank you again for all the work that you have done for the project and with our students. Grazie.
Thank you. Thank you, Michaela. So thank you very much, Michaela. Thank you to all our guests today. A warm welcome also from my side, from Agnese. We are very happy to introduce this part of the conference, which concerns the work of the students. I think the work of the students is at the very heart of this conference. So I'm excited to introduce this part of this event. This event, I just would like to remind that this event is the final event of this research project with the University of Nantes, Birmingham, and Murcia. And I really thanks to Professor Dorothy Estrada, to Professor Megan Campbell, and to professors of University of Nantes for cooperate with us and with their students. This event has also a double hat. Is the final conference also of another project, which is the project already mentioned by Professor Frulli at the beginning. Is a public engagement project funded by University of Florence, which is called Wellness and Well-being. And I thank Professor Andrea Grazzini and his students for being here and contribute to the organization of this event. This event has this double characteristic. It is both an international event, but is also interdisciplinary. There are also other disciplines involved here, like social psychology, but also others. So coming to the more operational aspects, the laboratory of students has been implemented in parallel in these four universities, with each one run by different methodologies and possible different results that will be presented today. For the University of Florence, the laboratory of the students has been hosted by the course of Advanced International Law. Whose teachers were Dr. Agnese Vitale and myself, and also with the collaboration of Dr. Francesca Tammone. The course has been introduced by a few general lectures on the sources of law on gender equality, particularly international legal sources on gender equality, so the human rights treaties already mentioned by Professor Dorothy Estrada, but also instruments of EU law and also of national law, of course. Then we also hosted a special lecture from the CUG, the Comitato Unico di Garanzia of the University of Florence, which is a body in charge for the gender equality in the University of Florence. Then we have split the general topic of gender equality in the university into many different subtopics, 20 different subtopics, because we had 20 students, and we have given to each student a specific subtopic on gender equality, on different aspects of the problem of gender equality, so work-life balance, violence, as well as the cultural dimension of gender equality in the university, so the role of university as a promoter of gender equality. So each student has conducted his or her own research, and then has prepared a presentation, so has presented the results of their research in the classroom. They have shared with us the results. We have debated these results all together, and then each student has delivered a recommendation, a specific recommendation. Then we have collected these 20 different recommendations in a unique, coherent, consistent test of guidelines or recommendations from the students, which will be presented today here. I don't want to take other time, and I look forward to listening to our students. So I just leave the floor to Agnese Vitale to say a little bit more about the structure of these guidelines and about our work. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Deborah. And if I may, I want to thank again all our partners to be here today and to have actively participated throughout this year, because it's a year that we started this project. So thank you very much for being here and to discuss together these guidelines. The students from the University of Florence worked on these 20 different topics, but then these topics and relative recommendations have been gathered in 3 main themes. The first theme is the work-life balance and career progression, that also in the institutional greetings before has been really stressed that it's important for women development, women equality in the university to implement, to improve the flexibility and in work management, also with, particularly with regard to maternity and to other issue that are pertinent mainly to women. The second theme is the gender equality and cultural dimension. This is also already been stressed, the importance of an inclusive language in the academic community, but also the importance of the possibility of including academic courses on gender in our classes, and also encouraging the enrollment of women in the STEM disciplines. The last general theme is gender violence, and so how to, as already stressed, also here, how to prevent, but also to address the gender violence, all forms of gender violence in the academic community. This is for the University of Florence part. Then we had also the pleasure and the occasion to hear of the work that has been done also in other by the other partners with their students last Friday in this first joint meeting online. And so, but then I will also leave the floor to the head of the team, of each team, to also say some words about specific work that they have done with the students. But in general, the University of Nantes has worked on the European Union work and law framework to address gender inequality. Meanwhile, the University of Birmingham has worked on the human rights law perspective, more specifically. And the University of Murcia has worked on focused on the right to education and how at the international level, and how it is addressed in a more complex context, like in Afghanistan, where its denial can give also rise to gender apartheid, but also in the more specific context of the University of Murcia. So I will, timing is running. I think we are already late. So I will leave the floor, if you agree, to for the two first students from the University of Florence, who are Francesco Giaconi and Maria Chiara Lopiccolo. Chiara Maria Lopiccolo, sorry. I will, so you can move here. We have.
No. Sì.
C'è te, Deborah.
La maiuscola è fai fare danni. Ok. Ok, perfetto. Sì. Vai. Perfetto. Good morning, everyone. Okay. I am Francesco Giaconi. I am a student. Okay, perfetto. I'm a student at UNIFI, and it's a great pleasure for me to be here to show you the job that my colleagues and me have done about gender equality in our university. I would like to thank our professors, Russo, Vitale, and Tammone, and I will start the presentation. First of all, I would like to start with the CEDAW Article 3, because this is our polar star, because we work in a cultural field, like we say the article. With my colleagues, we have analyzed many aspects linked to gender balance and gender discrimination, and after these studies, we draw up a list of general recommendations to improve gender equality in our university. It's important for you to know that UNIFI are a specific document about gender equality. This is the Gender Balance and Gender Equality Plan. The GEP, Gender Equality Plan, every 3 years suggests the action that UNIFI will have to take to pursue the gender equality. This action follows national and international best practice. Gender balance every year illustrates the gender composition of academic, like teaching, research staff, and technical administrative staff and students. It presents the university's policies and initiatives undertaken to foster gender equality. And we have noticed a sadly common trend between university and Europe in general. When we did them, we have noticed that there are necessary some general recommendations, like these. The first is to increase the annual budget dedicated to gender policies, because our department in University of Florence has closed with positive balance the last 3 balance sheet. For this reason, it will be possible to increase the economic efforts for activities linked to gender discrimination, which was only 10,000 euros in the last balance of gender. The second is to provide a balanced balance sheet that highlights the objective accomplished and the expense actually incurred. It isn't clear neither how much money UNIFI has spent in the goals, nor which goals are accomplished too. The last general recommendation is to update annually the gender equality objectives, both in the UNIFI Gender Equality Plan and in the budget. Reading the UNIFI GEP, we discovered that the positive action chosen by UNIFI to resolve gender discrimination are frequently similar. And for us, UNIFI might accomplish the old objectives and pay attention to our recommendation. Now, let's move on to the first group of specific recommendation about work-life balance and career progression. And with this, I try to explain to us that work-life balance is typically defined as the amount of time you spend doing your job versus the amount of time you spend doing what's important to you outside of work. Like we see, the career progression in the woman's world is too often a mirage. Due to disparity in the career activities, women come up against a leaky pipeline and glass ceilings. This is the data from Age Index. Age is the European Gender Institute of Gender Equality. And this is the career activities. And like we see, the woman is more often spend in the care activities, and this is a cause of leaky pipelines and glass ceiling. And the CEDAW want to fight these phenomena, as we see at the Art 11. This is data from our balanced gender in UNIFI. Like we saw, the students are the same level, but when we arrive at the higher level, there is a big difference from gender. We have identified this recommendation regarding work-life balance and career progression. The first is to incentivize teleworking for administrative staff, professors, and lecturers, in particular those who have children up to the age of 12 or other family care obligation except for teaching duties. Recently, in our university has been set a 5% weekly limit to teleworking, it will be possible to increase such a limit or encourage the use of this working method because it's a measure that facilitated work-life balance. However, it's important that the teaching duty remain in sight to ensure good service to students. Moreover, it makes the teacher jobs easier too. The second recommendation is to provide access to university nurseries or vouchers in case of accession places or parental preference. Both at national university level, it was thought of measures linked to the nurseries. For example, the current government in Italy has created bonus nido. Another recommendation is to set up facilities for babies accessible to all the UNIFI community, such as breastfeeding rooms equipped with changing tables and bottle warmers in each group of UNIFI buildings. After the baby pit stop area that is experiment in 2019 created in one of the UNIFI location, there were no other similar experiments and experience, but we believe that those areas must be present in every location in our university. The fourth recommendation is to establish a gender equality person in each UNIFI department in charge of giving information about maternity leave and implementing special measures for the reintegration at work after maternity leave, such as an economic benefit for scientific initiatives, updating counseling information on funding opportunity, and adjusting of teaching timetables. We pick up some data which prove the woman difficulty to work reintegration after maternity leave, like we saw before. For this reason, it will be important the presence of gender equality person with these assignments. The other recommendation is to extend the maternity protection level provided for tenured staff to non-tenured staff, with particular reference to PhD students and postdoctoral research fellows. In Italy we say asseniste di ricerca, and non-tenured track research. The research showed not only the application of a lower level of protection to this figure, for example, doctoral students who are not paying during the 5 months of compulsory leave, but also lack of clarity and transparency in the applicable regulatory framework, both at university and national level. Moreover, statistical data highlighted a certain correlation between maternity precariousness and a career gap. Another recommendation is to provide pregnant students and PhD students in the 5 months following childbirth with alternative activities to internship. If not possible, because of, for example, the necessity to undergo medical internship in hospital, to implement measures that reduce as much as possible career delays. UNIFI, in fact, provides only the guidelines for the protection of maternity. In these guidelines, it pointed out the prohibition to carry out the laboratory activities before childbirth if this involves harm to the child. There's not much attention from UNIFI for the career delays due to maternity leave. The last recommendation is to introduce special exam sessions for pregnant students or students on maternity leave up to the first year of the child. This because mandatory maternity leave could subtract to pregnant students the necessary time to organize the exam. Now I give the floor to my colleague Chiara. Sì, sì.
Good morning, I'm Chiara Piccolo, and as my colleague, I'm here to present the results of our researches about gender equality and cultural dimension, and then gender violence. About gender equality and cultural dimension, gender equality issue is a cultural problem within or without university walls. And looking at some international standards, we can find Article 5 of CEDAW, which recommends states to overcome gender stereotypes and to spread equality between men and women in all the areas. Indeed, if we look at other international norms, we have Article 10 of CEDAW and Article 14 of the Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence against Women and Domestic Violence. Both of these norms request states to guarantee an equal education between men and women and to include in every school programs about based on gender equality in order to help, in order to overcome the gender stereotypes and the gender gap. And universities as state organs, we retain they must be the promoter indicator for this cultural change. In particular, UNIFI presents some guidelines about the importance of ensuring the presence of women in the scientific events, and also the requirement of an inclusive language in order to get over the so-called male language. And not every university, is true that not every university provides a gender equality course. STEM disciplines are still chosen for the most part by men than women, and also scientific panels are more attended by men and women. So we retain that universities must guarantee the presence of women in scientific panels and scientific events, since the risk of not reducing the gender gap and that we retain this may lead to a fewer and fewer working women. And these are some of our recommendations about this topic. So to review the language of the website from a gendered approach, especially with regard to the description of scientific affiliations. So the problem of and the need of the inclusive language. To introduce a gender-specific course in each faculty on the basis of the specificities of fields of knowledge and research. And then to encourage the enrollment of women in STEM disciplines by allocating funds for scholarships or by introducing other incentives. So we think it is important to use also financial tools to guarantee the presence of women, and then to ensure that UNIFI staff organizes seminars and events with a gender-balanced composition of panels, according also to the UNIFI guidelines. And about gender violence, surely it is also a cultural problem, and on an international level, we found both instruments of hard law and soft law. As instrument of hard law, we observed the Convention on Eliminating Violence and Harassment in the World of Work, so the Istanbul Convention of 2019, about the elimination of violence in the field of work, which underlines the problem of violence in the world of work, and with all the several consequences of such episodes, for example, the physical, psychological, sexual, and economic consequences. And then the instruments of soft law, such as European case law and CEDAW committee recommendations, which represented for us important sources of law. And to face the problem of the gender violence, UNIFI offers some organs, such as the counselor, the rights guarantor, and the committee for equal opportunities. About the counselor and the rights guarantor, they receive individual information about the episodes of violence and discrimination, and they try to find a way to help the victims. And the committee for equal opportunities is responsible for the provision of actions concerning the prevention of the episodes of discrimination and violence. But University of Florence is not, however, exempt from these kinds of problems, because looking at some national data or also some surveys that some of our colleagues carried out, episodes of discrimination, violence, and harassment also happened in our universities. But the problem is that at the same time, it is not clear how to refer to these organs, so it's not clear how to contact the counselor or the Committee for Equal Opportunities. So this is the reason why we retain there must be better advertising of how to contact these organs, and also where it is possible to try to increase these security checks. So this recommendation to set up University Anti-Violence Center, which is present, but accessible every day, aimed at receiving complaints from the teaching staff or the students' body, such as a center should work in coordination with the counselor, associations of victims of violence, volunteers, psychologists, and specialized medical personnel, in order to provide personalized assistance to the victims. Then, to make the complaint and assistance mechanisms available, known, and transparent on UNIFI's official websites, social networks, and guidance activities, and then to improve protection of students at UNIFI staff by security measures, for example, by placing security guards outside university buildings and libraries during late evening opening hours. And so, in conclusion, these are the 4 hours of our recommendations, and we hope this can lead to a safer and more inclusive university for everyone. Thank you.
thank you very much, Francesco and Chiara, for your presentation. Very clear, very. Thank you very much. Now I think it's time to give the floor instead to the delegation from the University of Nantes. So Titouan Faucheux, Maëlys Leduc, sorry for the pronunciation, and Lorraine Arnaud. Maybe when you're here, you will repeat your names so that everyone knows who you are, let's say. Thank you. Give 2 words, of course, on the work with our students. Please. No.
Here and I will go back.
You can use the microphone, please.
You can just sit here. Just a few words to introduce the work of our students. So we are from the University of Nantes. The students who works on this project during all the year in a year of Master 2 in European law. Today, so Titouan Faucheux, Maëlys Leduc and Lorraine Arnaud will speak, but the team was also composed of Justine Salin and Andrea Leduc, and we have and we have a special thought for Elena Gendemange, who are not here today, but she's here with us in spirit. Emilie, you want to add something maybe on the work?
Yeah, I'll be very short, just to add that this presentation started in a class called EU Topics, where students are supposed to invited to share presentations on EU current issues in English. And a group of students chose to work on gender issue in EU law, and we broadened the team, especially for the conference. So there are 6 students. They worked on this topic, so they will share just a little bit of technical context on EU law on that matter, but contrary to their presentation last week, they will focus more on the guidelines, on the proposal. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. The last time we met online, we focused on the context and what EU law.
Oh, thank you. Last time we focused on the context and what EU law could do for gender equality in university, while mentioning some of our proposals. This time, we'll be starting again for what is possible within the European Union on the subject, but directly go on as to our concrete proposal, why they are needed, how they can help, and what would be their impact so as to make the Gender Act as a significant improvement over the current situation. Gender equality is a value of the European Union that needs to be promoted at union level. It is crystal clear in the treaties, which are the equivalent of the Union's constitution, as well as in secondary law, that there is an obligation to take gender equality into account in all domains via the gender mainstreaming technique. However, gender equality is also limited by its scope, which is often reduced to the distinction between men and women and not LGBTQ plus individuals in EU law and institutions. Judicial cases have contributed to expanding this scope, but it is still not the norm. Furthermore, gender equality in the context of higher education is also rarely, if ever, mentioned in strategy and the text adopted. Thank you.
This might be explained in part because the EU is very limited as to the extent in which it can act in higher education. Since higher education policies are decided at the level of the individual member states, and the EU can only help on some very specific topics such as mobility and cooperation between unis. Currently, the majority of what is done at the union level for gender equality are non-binding instruments such as action plans, programs, guidelines, or funding, especially regarding gender equality in higher education. That said, the EU, through programs such as Horizon Europe and Erasmus Plus, is an important player in higher education funding and already included gender-related objectives in them. However, those objectives are usually non-sanctioned or too vague to properly make a difference. Now, go to our proposal to improve gender equality in universities. Thank you.
So the first proposal is revising the treaties. So, okay. As mentioned in the introduction, the Union has limited competence in the field of gender equality. It is possible and necessary to make EU law norms on those subjects. To do so, it is possible, and that is our proposition, to revise the treaties. This proposition is a more global one of the functioning of the Union, but it would have positive consequences of gender equality, since the Union would be competent to take binding instruments on gender equality and in higher education without having to find a way through the internal market, which is not fully efficient. We are fully aware it is a very, if not the most difficult things to do. Indeed, revising the treaties requires unanimity among member states, which is not easy. And with the current context of rise of Euroscepticism, revising the treaties could open the debate for revision in a sense of less integration. We do not support this vision. So in the meantime, the easiest way is to legislate via the interior market competence of the Union. Indeed, those articles do not give the European Union competence to legislate in the values field, even if a case makes is so that gender mainstreaming is a cross-cutting provision. A complementary article giving explicit competence would therefore be necessary. An example of that problem could be of what happened during the debates for the directive on violence against women. The debate centered around the question if the Union had the competence to make a common definition on rape, which some member states like France or Germany rejected. With this new proposition, this situation will not happen and the definition could have been more easily adopted. The second proposal is to clear gender definitions at EU level. It would be beneficial to have a clear definition of gender at EU level. This definition could permit establishing a basis for member states and making it clear that the European Union supports gender diversity. The Court of Justice of the European Union ruled on the Miriam case that the official change of name and gender, when it has been made in a member state, must be recognized automatically in the other member states without any other procedure. Therefore, it is possible to use this ruling as a basis for creating a European definition of gender that is inclusive and recognizes gender plurality. This definition could take the form of instruments, institutional agreements, Commission declarations, although legislative change is unlikely given that the inclusion and equality in LGBTQ people is not unanimously supported by the member states, including Poland and Hungary. Also, this definition could go through the course of justice, which could refine the definition and included LGBT people. Of course, it is not possible to force the Court of Justice of the European Union to give its position on the subject. However, in 2021, it used the case Consorzio Italian Management to modify its referral criteria without the case in question really having anything to do with its criteria, initially laid down on the CIFID case. One might then think that the court, in order to give its position on gender issue in universities, would answer this question in a case concerning discrimination in the workplace. So even if it's not possible to encourage it to do so, if the issue seems very important to European citizens, the court could give its point of view in this way. The third proposal is the directive on gender equality in higher education. In order to make gender equality in education or universities more effective, we need to look at ways in which it might be possible to draw up legally binding acts. The question is, on what basis could legislation be drawn up? The first possibility would be to legislate on the basis of fundamental rights. We would like to take the example of Directive 2043 EC, implementing the principle of equal treatment between persons irrespective of racial or ethnic origin. In fact, this directive is based on the respect of fundamental rights. When we look at the scope under Article 3, its provisions apply in the context of education. So the idea would be to use the same basis to take into account gender equality in higher education. The second possibility would be the basis of European citizenship, and more specifically Article 21, in that the Union acts when it appears necessary to achieve its objectives. As equality between men and women is an objective of the EU, it seems appropriate to use this basis. Article 19 TFEU allows the EU to adopt legislative acts to combat discrimination based on sex or sexual orientations.
Good morning, everyone. So I'll continue with the fourth proposition, which is to make the European Gender Institute for Gender Equality, so AGE, that was mentioned earlier by the Florence team, more powerful. So as of now, AGE duties are limited to EU-centered knowledge of gender equality. And this agency mostly does research, reports, comparative studies, statistics, tools for gender mainstreaming. For instance, we can cite the GEAR tool for higher education that the agency developed, and it already helps universities to recognize and address gender inequalities. But as for now, it doesn't have an effective and binding force of action. So we propose a full reform of that regulation that created the AGE agency. So this reform would give the agency the task of elaborating guidelines on gender equality that member states have to follow, like having a contact point for women and non-men in universities, and dedicated programs to the same persons. This system, which already exists for the European Union Agency for Asylum, would oblige actions on the national level and according to harmonized European rules. An even more effective, albeit politically harder reform will be to be able for citizens and legal entities to be able to make complaints for gender inequalities, and for the agency to investigate on those complaints, to open an inquiry and issue recommendations or a solution to the case, similarly to the EU Ombudsman. So then, I'm going to the fifth proposal, which is based on funds and on the portion of the funds that must be dedicated to gender equality policies. So as mentioned before, the Union has a lot of funds, and some of them also have propositions to promote gender equality in universities through their program. So we mentioned the Horizon Europe program, and we want also to speak about the Erasmus Plus program that Mr. Lopez mentioned during the Zoom conference of last week. The problem is that there's no guarantee that this fund promotes gender equality in the fight against discrimination. Indeed, monitoring the impact of these funds on gender issues, which is the only real obligation laid down in the text, is difficult to do because there's a difficulty of quantifying these results. So last time we mentioned the importance of clarifying the objectives to be achieved within financial programs to improve gender equality at university. So another proposition is taking inspiration from the gender equality plan of the Horizon Europe program and including conditionality in the granting of these funds, which could be an interesting way of guaranteeing respect for gender equality. In parallel, we believe a conditionality system would be the possibility to freeze funds if the universities benefiting from them do not meet the expectations, or if not gender equality initiatives are taken by the university profited from those funds. So this system is similar to the system that was established for the COVID-19 recovery plan. And then onto the gender equality objectives in Erasmus Plus more specifically. So as it was said, Erasmus Plus is one of the most successful programs in the EU. And in higher education, we can see that women outnumber men because there are 56% of women students for only 44% of male. However, in 2022, 60% of beneficiaries of the Erasmus program were men, for only 40% women, and around 1% of people being neither male or female. So the Commission has already stated in its Erasmus Plus 2021-2027 program that inclusion and diversity will be a priority. Therefore, we believe the program could set clear goals, both on the country of origin and on the country of intended travel, in order to attain a 50-50 share in gender balance. So this could mean promoting Erasmus Plus for women and also minorities, more funds for universities that succeed in attaining equality, or even imposing quotas. So the question of quotas is a bit difficult for us because it can be a double-edged sword in that sense that they tend to be detrimental sometimes for the persons they help, creating either jealousy, imposter syndrome, or even resentment, because they could be considered to have obtained a position only because of the quotas and not because of their merit. But we need to mention, and to be realist also, that even if imperfect, quotas are one of the most efficient measures when it comes to reducing gaps in discrimination in general. And it should be well accepted since the gap is not too large and there's usually many places for Erasmus Plus students. And as for the last proposal, it will be on specialized initiatives for STEM students. So once again, the main discussion is on funds. So some of them have permitted concrete actions promoting gender equality in higher education and in particular in STEM. That was the purpose of the HIPATIA program that we already mentioned last week. And this program aimed at encouraging girls and women to engage in scientific studies and included both activities of promotion of these studies to girls and women and a system of mentoring of these new students by all the students or people that are already working in the field of STEM. So we believe that promoting even more this type of initiatives are beneficial for having a better representation of women in STEM, not only in the university, but also in educational, like in schools when the girls are younger. So that was studied by the Queen's University in Belfast, and the study has shown positive results in the representation of women in STEM for their well-being and along their studies. So that was the final proposition that was a bit more practical, and we're done.
Now we deserve coffee. Excellent.
I would like just to say that there are questionnaire, satisfaction questionnaire on the flights on your seats. So please scan and fill in the questionnaire if you can. It's not working? Oh. So we're going to show it on the presentation later, the QR code. If someone cannot read the scan, we can the QR code. We can project it later on the presentation.
Also send it by email eventually.
And eventually send it by mail. I think it's gonna work, no? The scan, the QR code. Someone said that it doesn't work, the QR code for the questionnaire, but funziona? Ah, okay. Okay. Majority say that it works, so it's safe. So maybe they can help for this. Maybe for the UNIFI password and. Okay, so let's give the floor to our next guests. So Agnese, if you want to introduce them.
Yes, I immediately give the floor to the University of Birmingham team. That, it's composed by Professor Megan Campbell and a PhD student, Sumaya Clovadia. No, sorry.
So Sumaya can't make it because she is in the final stages of her PhD. No. She's in the final stages of her PhD, which is looking at spiritual equality in Muslim women's rights and veiling. But she's at the last stages. So she is, as her PhD supervisor, I've locked her in a room to make sure she finishes her PhD. And for those in the room who've done a PhD or do any sorts of thesis, you'll know there comes a stage where you do end up locked in a room with your laptop trying to finish it. So instead, we have Elena, who's here, who's one of our LLM students from the University of Birmingham, who's going to be helping me present, or we're presenting co-presenting together. We had a whole team of LLM students working together, looking at sexual violence on campus. So we turned the spotlight on gender equality at university to look particularly at domestic violence. And there has been a rash of domestic violence incidents, and gender-based violence and sexual assault on campus at universities. It is a massive problem in the UK, and we looked at two aspects. What are they doing in relation to prevention, and what are they doing in relation to reporting? So I'll be speaking on behalf of the students who couldn't make it today about the teaching. Lima will be talking about the reporting aspects, and then one part that the report wasn't able to cover but has just come out is the tech aspects, and the University of Birmingham has now pioneered a safe zone app, which I'll just briefly talk about what it is and what might be some of the problems. And what our presentation and what our research has really found is that everything looks really lovely on paper and everything looks like there's really progressive on paper. And then when you kind of peel things back one or two steps, you start to see where there are some problems when it comes to sexual violence on campus and how universities take all the knowledge that we're building around gender equality and fail to maybe translate it into their own practices. So when it comes to teaching, this is the sort of good news part of the report, in that there are positive things to report. And sort of taking a step back and to think, why is the university good at prevention? In part, I think it's because it plays to the university's strengths about teaching and educating. One of the core reasons the university exists is to teach and educate the next generation of scholars, of activists, of lawyers, of economists, of scientists, and they are really well aware about how to harness teaching to convey a message about ending and preventing sexual violence on campus. So they have a whole range of courses. Just to take a step back, we studied a whole range of universities across the UK and looked at all their various policies on sexual assault. So we didn't just focus on the University of Birmingham, but took a broader lens to see what the rest of the country is doing. And they have great workshops about what is consent to sexual violence, what is consent to sexual activity, which is something that's very basic, but not every student who comes onto campus is going to know what the law of sexual consent is. And thinking back to everyone's own experiences in law school, the law of consent was not an easy part of criminal law to learn. So that's coming out as a lawyer, and it's important to kind of distill it down to people who don't have any kind of legal background. They also give workshops on hate, what is harassment, what is sexual violence, workshops on how to support victims of gender-based violence and domestic violence. And perhaps maybe the most exciting is workshops on toxic masculinity. So workshops we mentioned earlier about stereotypes about, boys don't cry or girls do this. So they have a whole series of workshops about what does it mean to be a man? And Dorothy mentioned about bringing men into the picture, men into the frame. What does it mean to be a man in the 21st century? To have workshops that start to convey different ideas about masculinity and present that to students. And they do this also through quite a different range of means. So there'll be online courses. As we found, the difficulty with the online courses as a researcher is they're often paywall behind each university. So we could only access our own online courses at the University of Birmingham, but the other ones across institutions, you can't really see what those courses are because they are behind paywalls. So we need to get much more clearance and to get through those structures, but they do exist. They also have in-person talks at peak times of the year to capture the students when they're at their maybe cynically, they're most energetic, they're most committed during Freshers Week. Grab them while they're all on campus and have them these talks about masculinity, these talks about sexual violence. And they also try to capitalize on key moments throughout the year. So on the 16 Days of Activism, which is a period in November, December, to really spotlight gender-based violence, they try to do more work on gender-based violence and sexual violence during that period. So that's all really exciting. They're able to harness the strength of teaching to try to impart knowledge exchange about how to end and prevent gender-based violence on campus. Some of the problems when taking a step back are, one is the focus. So they're talking often a lot in terms of violence at very high levels of violence, like the extreme versions of violence, extreme versions of sexual assault. But we know that violence is a spectrum, and the hallmarks of, say, a course of controlling relationships, of emotional abuse, of mental abuse, of financial abuse. The university's probably not, it's not there yet. It's still focusing a lot on their stereotypical sexual violence that would happen at, say, a bar or a club or a party. But we know students are not always at those places, that they are in romantic and intimate partner relationships, and we're not giving a lot of hallmarks about how to identify red flags about coercive controlling behavior or other forms of sort of non-physical abuse. The other thing is often these courses are not mandatory. They are depending on the person to drop into them, to have an interest in them. And that is then the problem is you're kind of preaching to the converted. The person is already interested in gender-based violence, in toxic masculinity, is going to show up to these events. They will learn, they will be useful, but there'll be big segments this could be very important and very informative and very life-changing. They don't self-select in. So there is a worry that they may have to become mandatory as opposed to optional. And the last is thinking about some of the online courses, which usually have like a little quiz at the end to say you've done all the reading, is how to make sure it doesn't become a tick box, how to make sure that these courses and this learning isn't just something you do once a year or at the beginning of your degree, but how to make sure it actually gets much more integrated into the teaching, into daily academic practice. And that can be very difficult. For someone like myself who teaches gender equality law, I can incorporate it quite easily into my teaching. But for a colleague who teaches high-level math or some sort of physics, how to incorporate stuff on gender-based violence into their teaching is much more difficult. But those are students who are at risk of gender-based violence, so we can't just have it confined to certain areas or studies that fit well, but how to expand it and mainstream it into non-traditional gendered subject, I think is really one of the next steps that the UK is people like us are advocating for. So now I'll turn it over to the bad cop to talk about reporting.
Hi, so I'm going to be discussing some of the, I guess, misalignments between a lot of the expectations that universities have set and the realities. So we found that often the expectations were quite high and very positive, cultivating this idea that universities are quite supportive towards students. But looking at a lot of blogs and a lot of media responses, we found that unfortunately the experiences of a lot of students, especially within advisory teams of universities, was not very positive. There seems to be quite a, I guess, a little bit of a laid-back approach, or one that doesn't take victims very seriously. A lot of students were discouraged from reporting, or the mechanisms of investigation are quite lengthy and traumatic for students, which just generally puts them off coming forward. And in general, that also helps cultivate a culture in the universities where other victims feel more of a need to become silenced instead of approaching other people because of the experiences of other students and their peers. But also the further repercussions of that is that,
No, you're good.
is that other students, more so perpetrators, feel that they can get away with what they're doing since there's not a lot of justice achieved for students. And the universities, as me and Megan previously discussed, they kind of lengthen the process of investigation right up until the end so that students kind of eventually forget about what's happened. That's not really the case for students, but obviously when they're left alone for so long, that tends to happen to them. And finally, some of the insights that I found was that just generally in the UK, there wasn't really a lot of guidance on how universities are supposed to approach investigations, which I did believe was a cause for concern and potentially the reason why a lot of universities were falling through the cracks and not performing as well as they should have. I think that having guidelines can help ensure a bit of a straight path, but also...
I cannot hear you. I think it's try to...
Is that better? And yeah, that was just some of the insights that I found, that universities needed to be a little bit more robust in their practices and more active in being on the side of the victim as opposed to the perpetrator.
And so the next step of the project is thinking about, well, when it comes to reporting, the universities are starting to act much more in a police criminal justice-like situation, and they don't have good practices around that. Often the university has very divided loyalties between the student who's complained of sexual violence, another student who may have committed that violence, or another member of staff who's committed that violence, and the victims don't feel the university is on their side. They feel the university is speaking for everyone but them. And one of the things we're going to think about going forward is putting this report before the various equality committees at the university to try to get them to develop policies that give more support for victims and resolve the complaints. As Lima mentioned, resolving in a timely manner is so important because students are only on campus for a short time. Your degree does eventually end, even if it doesn't feel like it at this moment. And you need to have that complaint resolved during the time you're actually at the university. And if you extend it beyond, it is entirely A, disrespectful, and B, not really resolving the structures of gender-based violence on campus. So that was Halima's wonderful work in the reporting issue. And just lastly, to conclude about the tech issue. So this isn't in the report because I just saw this on campus yesterday. It's called the Safe Zone app, which you can download on your phone. And if you are walking around campus and you ever feel that you're unsafe, you can text them and security will come to deal with the issue. So if you're leaving late at night, because often classes are late at night or it gets dark very early in the winter, you can text and you can get a feeling of safety and someone knows where you are and you can be taken care of, which is all great and I think really important. The one downside is with any tech, as we were talking at the break, is making sure that that tech isn't weaponized against students so that students' privacy is still protected even when they want to use this app, and that the app doesn't become some sort of way to track students. As right now across the world, there's lots of protests against the university's investment in either, I guess, firms that are supporting genocide or their investment in Israel, and students are protesting that. And there is now a crackdown in the UK against that, where Oxford University called the police on the students' protests yesterday. You can imagine a situation where these type of apps are being used and they are tracking students who are engaged in activities the university may or may not approve of. And we want to make sure when we are protecting women against sexual violence that we're also protecting their privacy to be political actors in other spaces, and to make sure these apps aren't being weaponized to monitor students in ways that are, I would say, against their rights to free speech and their rights to peaceful protest and the right to peaceful assembly. But that's the kind of a future situation. But I think combined, our conclusions are from all the research is that the universities in the UK have really good systems on paper, and what we're wanting to see now more is in the execution that they are able to follow through on their policies to take sexual violence on campus very seriously. So that will be the next step in the project, about bringing this to their attention and pushing them to make some real changes. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Campbell, for this contribution. And also for stressing the need to focus on implementation, not just to law and guidelines that sometimes there are guidelines, sometimes there are norms in place, but they are not fully implemented in practice. It's difficult to remember that these guidelines are in place, that we should comply with them, but sometimes it's not the case. Sometimes they are not respected, and so this is the next step to focus on how to implement gender equality policy and make them effective in practice. So now it's time to call the next group of students, the students from the University of Murcia, and Professor Dorothy Estrada and Professors Juan Jorge to introduce the work of their students. Sì, sì, ci sono. In the meantime, I would like to say that the QR code now works without the need of authorization, of any other authorization. So when you can, whenever you can and have time, please fill it for us. Thanks so much for this. And so I leave the floor to Professor Dorothy.
Okay, maybe I will start. Mm-hmm. Hello, everyone. We are really delighted to be here. Sorry, I will be very brief. The protagonists are here to my left. We just wanted to say that from our university's perspective, and particularly from our side, when we were contacted by Professors Frulli Russo and Vitale, we saw a great opportunity in this project for a number of reasons. A great opportunity. Why? Because we believe this is a shared issue, a shared challenge in all our universities in UniWell, and not only the 4 or 5 that have contributed in this particular project, and I will get back to that. And it's also an opportunity for our university and for the Jean Monnet chair that I have the honor of holding. And this is so because in the Jean Monnet chair, where Professor Estrada is also involved, gender equality, and particularly equality between men and women, as the treaty say, is one of the core thematics areas. And we thought of organizing an event that we did with the Spanish ambassador for feminist policy, feminist international policy, and an academic. We also try to mainstream gender equality in our own subjects as professors of EU and international law, and of course there will be the main part of the work that was conducted by the students that Professor Sala will mention it. And I just wanted to say that this work we believe is particularly important in the context of UniWell, the European University for Wellbeing, a university that we all belong to. This European University initiative, because we would like to unleash part of the potential of Article 8 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the EU that was mentioned by the colleagues from Nantes. This potential, this idea that gender equality should be mainstream in everything the Union does. And the Union has funded UniWell with 18 million euros, which is a significant amount of money, only for this part of the project. A similar amount was granted for the first part of the project. We believe those funds should really take into account gender equality in everything the European University does. So one proposal we would have, that I briefly discussed with Professor Vitale before, was to scale up these guidelines, not only for our partner universities, but also for the European University as a group, as an entity. So to try to, I can offer to, because I am also now the coordinator for the UniWorld project at the University of Murcia, I can bring these guidelines to the weekly meeting of managers and hopefully to the rectors' assembly that will take place in Nantes in June. I think it would be great if the rectors are also aware, as Professor Campbell was saying before, it's important that we all are aware of this situation. And linked to this, I would like to speak also as a man, as a father, as a professor. I think it's key that not only, and this is very important for women, but it's also important, I have a boy and a girl, for the type of environment that we want to have in our universities. An environment where they will be studying, and we want that environment to be egalitarian and safe, and we believe projects like this can contribute to that. And I pass the floor to Dorothy.
Thank you so much. And yes, to complement that, apart from what we have tried to do through the Gender Act project in the specific courses and through the Jean Monnet chair, the work that the students will be presenting, as was announced, is referred to gender apartheid and really the connection to right to education more generally. What does that compel us to do as universities internally and also as social actors externally? And in that sense, the legal clinic has prepared a background research on gender apartheid, this in a way new phenomena, or at least legally, how do we approach it? What are the best tools, the best mechanisms? And they will be speaking to that. And also there's a project, some of you I think are involved in that, and we were talking about involving Firenze as well, of trying to think of a legal clinic at the UniWell level. So this is an experiment, let's say, and the idea is to try for the clinic to focus on gender equality as one of its core issues. So I think this is something that from here, it would be very good to bring to that, and also to think of, you were talking before about mobilization, right? And so there's a campaign to end gender apartheid. How can universities be involved and connect ourselves to that, right? That it's not something only happening far away that we are foreign to. It's something that connects to gender equality that is important for all of us globally. And so this is part of one of the next steps that we could take on the basis of what the students are going to present. And so thank you so much to Maria Jun Meseguer, to Carmen Maria Moreno, the work they have done, and we leave you with them.
And we leave the micro to them.
To them, exactly.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. We are, as our professor has presented, Carmen Maria and Maria, and today we would like to take the opportunity to talk about a worrying phenomenon that this is the gender apartheid. I think the international community already knows the concept of apartheid. However, I think it's more commonly popular to be when it's based on race. However, we have focused our investigation when it is focused in gender. So apartheid promotes segregation, denies the most basic human rights, and favors the precarious situations. That is why today we are going to explain first the concept of gender apartheid, then expose the relationship with the right to education and also with the European Union, and finally we'll suggest the measures that would help in order to contribute to this fight. With no further ado, I will leave the word to my colleague. Good morning, everyone. To start with our presentation, we will now move to our first section that focuses on the problem of gender inequality with a particular focus on gender apartheid. Even though the Universal Declaration of Human Rights states that all humans are being born free and equal in dignity and rights, without distinction of any kind, such as sex, gender inequality is an undeniable reality, affecting millions of women and girls in the world. This social, economic, legal, judicial, and cultural phenomenon based on gender discrimination has a large impact with manifestations like poverty, a lack of economic opportunities, workplace discrimination, imbalance in unpaid care work, food insecurity, or inadequate access to education, among others. While all these matters are taken into consideration under current international protections,
some practices in some countries imply more than just discrimination or distinct gender-based crimes. In regimes like the Taliban in Afghanistan, authorities have purposely issued over 80 edicts restricting women's rights and freedoms. Here we can see some examples to illustrate this. All these practices, joined with recognized human rights violations and gender-specific crimes like the crime of gender persecution, imply that this situation can be described as gender apartheid. Even though gender-specific crimes already exist, they do not fully capture the widespread nature and institutionalized nature of this deprivation of rights. This widespread nature is what makes gender apartheid different from other gender-based crimes. Considering these attacks against women's rights and freedoms, authorities have asked the UN Security Council to explicitly codify gender apartheid in international law. Taking into account the current tools at disposal of the international community were not created to respond to mass state-sponsored gender oppression. With that, gender apartheid may be acknowledged simultaneously as a violation of an EU's code and norm under public international law, as a grave and systematic human rights violation under international human rights law, and as a crime under international criminal law. Since apartheid is already defined in the draft treaty of prevention and punishment of crimes against humanity, this proposed extension will only require an amendment. However, decodification sends a message of the importance of the matter to the international community, since the lack of codification has impeded to hold accountable both states and individuals, and to repair the harm that has been inflicted. Codification will help clarify the obligations of states and international organizations to avoid any part of complicity, and will help carve a path of accountability even before the International Court of Justice. And now my colleague will continue.
Okay, so although the need for a recognition of gender apartheid as a crime of humanity is urgent, meanwhile, while waiting for its recognition of a crime, we have to, as the other international actors like the European Union, have to work in its elimination and eradication. And now maybe we can ask ourselves, what does the European Union as a sui generis political and economical supranational union has to do with gender apartheid? The solidarity principle could be a sufficient and convincingly answer. However, if we take a closer look to the latest actions of the European Union, we can check that it has been working in improving the conditions and the gender equality in the last decades. And although it is true that it has been focused in the labor market, like trying to improve the conditions of the women there, it's also true that the fight against, it has been focused in the fight against poverty and gender-based violence against women, as well as the promotion of the gender equality and women's rights across the world. And here is where the link between this fight and the European Union resides. In particular, we can check that the European Union has shown its position, for example, with European Union High Representatives like Josep Borrell or Roberta Metsola, which have condemned publicly the Taliban's violation committed against the rights, safety and dignity of the women and girls of Afghanistan. Also, European Union official institutions like the European Parliament, which has adopted resolutions like regarding the situation of Afghanistan. But not only official institutions from the European Union or official representatives, but also civil society organizations like the International Federation for Human Rights or the European Women's Lobby, which has also shown their position against the gender apartheid. All in all, and without wishing to minimize the European Union's effort in its approach to discrimination, we have to observe that several scholars have criticized the way in which the European Union approaches this non-discrimination law, since it has a fragmented and asymmetric view, and this leads to the limitation of possible positive actions and also the difficulty of recognition of the especially vulnerable situation of women. In short, the European Union should try to take this constructive criticism and correct its modus operandi in order to achieve a more coherent and unitary way of vision when confronting situations like the one that is happening currently in Afghanistan.
Why is this problem related with the University of Murcia and others? One of the factors gender apartheid has an impact on is education. Like in Afghanistan, the gender apartheid regime of the Taliban has shattered the right to education for women and girls, as they are no longer allowed to attend secondary school and higher education, therefore making Afghanistan the only country in the world today to suspend women's and girls' access to education. This has a direct relation to the future of these women and girls, as they are not only being deprived of a fundamental right, as the right to education is, but without education, they are being taken off their chances of and opportunities to get a job, to escape poverty, to support their families, and to develop their communities. Notwithstanding the strongest effects and manifestations of gender apartheid in education, with the denial of access in Afghanistan, there are manifestations of gender segregation everywhere in the world and in every institution, and universities are no exception. Understanding gender apartheid as the systematic segregation and discrimination based on gender, where one gender is afforded more rights, privileges, and opportunities than the other, in the context of universities and the academic world, this discrimination shows in gender-biased in hiring and promotion, gender-segregated curriculums, or gender-based violence and harassment in academic environments. The University of Murcia is aware of these problems, and in order to comply with its compromise with gender equality, it works through its Unit for Equality between Women and Men, with different campaigns, exhibitions, and with the elaboration of a diagnostic report on equal opportunities of women and men in the University of Murcia, and also with the elaboration of a protocol for prevention, detention, and response to sexual harassment. In this diagnostics report that I've already mentioned, we can see statistics on staff per unit departments, hirings, retributions, professional qualifications, female underrepresentation, and consults of gender-based harassment, counting for these cases with the Applied Psychology Service Gender Unit and the Commission for the Investigation and Detention of Conduct constituting sexual harassment. This statistic shows that while in the University of Murcia, in organs in charge of decisions, women are a majority, there's still a salary gap. In terms of responsibility positions, in first levels posts, the proportion of men is higher, while in contrast with in second levels posts, there is a higher percentage of women. Underrepresentation is also an issue, with higher rates of men in chair occupancy. This shows the advances that have been made, but also the path that still has to be covered.
After understanding the magnitude of this problematic, the following question arises, and it is it possible to do something as a student, as a professor, or as a member of the university community? And we have to answer that yes, and that is why we have analyzed the second plan of equality of our university, and we have examined its objectives, and from all of them, we have considered that the following ones are the ones that allow the creation of measures that could contribute to the elimination and reduction of gender apartheid, and of course, the promotion of the education in gender equality. So the first objective would be transmitting the commitment to the gender equality and non-discrimination through the institutional image of the university. The second one would be the gender intervention in university policy. Third one would be the promotion and accreditation of knowledge in matters of gender equality. Then the visibility and promotion of research with perspective of gender. And fifth would be making resources against harassment visible and prevent any form of violence against women. And how do these objectives transform into feasible measures? To the extent that the second plan of equality of Murcia foresees a good amount of actions, it would be enough to adapt them to our goals. So in consequence, and as an example, in order to spread the awareness and to improve the research work in this topic, we suggest that we can design informative campaigns or distribute academic papers or magazines dedicated to gender apartheid and gender inequality. Also, in case of trying to, as a student or professor, deepening into this knowledge, a gender equality and gender apartheid guiding framework document elaborated by professionals could be implemented to each suitable degree or discipline of the university. All in all, even though the second plan of equality gathers good ideas, we would like to also suggest 3 additional ones in order to improve it even more. So the first one would be the provision of scholarships rewarding research and dissemination of the awareness of gender apartheid. Secondly, the promotion of all campaigns, materials, courses, or incentives through the official social media of the accounts of the University of Murcia, of the University, of the faculties, or of the Council of the students. And thirdly, the opportunity to have an opening of a suggestion box in which that would be available for all the members of the university in order to share their thoughts, proposals, doubts. And all things considered, even though these aforementioned actions may seem futile, the truth is that every little step counts. And that is to say that the fight against gender apartheid and gender inequality is performed in defense of the rights, freedoms, and dignity of women. And it is necessary to react because this problem concerns the international community, not only socially or economically, but also humanly speaking.
To conclude, we draw attention to the current global challenge that gender apartheid represents, and how being recognized as a crime against humanity means putting to use the tools that are already in international law, being possible to hold accountable responsible states and criminal actors, and how the EU, as an international actor implied in gender equality matters, has the strength and duty to raise the voice and concern other actors about gender apartheid. The impact this phenomenon has on education cannot be ignored. The Taliban used the restrictions of women and girls' education as a weapon for keeping the regime. However, discrimination against women and girls in academic field is nothing new. We can see how statistics show the effects on gender discrimination and how education is not equal for all. And even though the programs, analyses, and protocols that are used in order to reduce the effects of gender discrimination are slowly working, there's still a long path to cover. That is why in this presentation and in our policy paper, we have suggested a set of measures that have been proposed that can be applied to pursue the aforementioned objectives. It is time to codify this serious and systematic violation of fundamental rights as a crime against humanity. It is now the responsibility to states to respond to the continued calls from experts to the international community by codifying gender apartheid as a crime in international law. It is time to make a commitment and not to turn our back to 2 million of women and girls that live in discrimination, segregation, extreme poverty, and inhuman conditions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to the students of the University of Murcia for this important contribution on gender apartheid and the focus on right to education and the role of universities in promoting the right to education for all, and so also for the proposal to codify gender apartheid as a crime against humanity. Very important. Thank you very much for all your suggestions and thoughts. Thank you. And now I have to say that Professor Irene Solzi, who is the Dean of the the Director of the Department of Legal Sciences of the University of Florence, joined us. She couldn't be with us this morning because she was busy involved in institutional tasks, but she joined us now, and I'm very happy to give her the floor for her greetings.
In italiano.
Sì, certo. Prego.
Allora, buongiorno a tutti, mi scusate ma faccio i saluti in italiano, esco da una settimana, anzi non sono ancora uscita, da una settimana piuttosto impegnativa per la vita del Dipartimento. Io ringrazio veramente le colleghe che hanno organizzato questo momento di riflessione, perché credo che sia importante affrontare il tema della parità o dell'equilibrio di genere anche con riferimento alla vita universitaria. Noi abbiamo scelto di dedicare il progetto di eccellenza del nostro Dipartimento proprio a eccellenza ed eguaglianza, ritenendo appunto che questi due concetti non fossero in contraddizione tra loro, ma che un'autentica eccellenza sia possibile solo a patto di avere, di muovere da condizioni effettive di eguaglianza, anche di eguaglianza di opportunità. E il percorso accademico, per le ragioni che immagino avrete ampiamente dibattuto, è un percorso che pone, come altri, problemi di possibilità, come dire, di correre alle stesse condizioni per uomini e donne. E ho trovato molto importante che tra i documenti che ci vengono richiesti dall'Ateneo e dal Ministero ci venga finalmente anche chiesto di censire la situazione in ordine a questo aspetto. Quest'anno abbiamo dovuto sia restituire in termini assoluti il rapporto tra docenti uomini e docenti donne, ma anche vedere la distribuzione dei diversi settori e anche la distribuzione sulle diverse fasce di docenza. Devo dire che da questo punto di vista siamo un dipartimento virtuoso, perché pressoché tutte le ultime chiamate di donne nella fascia di professore ordinario, di professori nella fascia di professore ordinario ha riguardato colleghe donne, e questo non è un dato secondario trascurabile, perché quando io mi sono iscritta in questa università, ed era il 1992, quindi non poco tempo fa, ma neanche un secolo fa, c'era una sola donna professore ordinario. Detto questo, poi credo che dobbiamo riflettere come università anche sulla condizione complessiva delle donne in ambito lavorativo e non solo, e soprattutto non farci abbascinare da quelle che illustri pensatrici del pensiero femminista chiamavano le donne alibi. Cioè il fatto che sempre più donne riescano anche a raggiungere i livelli apicali delle rispettive carriere, e questo è evidentemente un dato positivo, non deve farci ritenere che la questione sia risolta, cioè non devono essere utilizzate queste carriere per dichiarare chiuso il problema, perché accanto a un numero per fortuna crescente di donne che riesce anche a avere un'ottima realizzazione professionale, spesso anche una realizzazione appagante nella propria vita personale e familiare, resta un esercito di donne che stenta invece a costruirsi un destino accettabile. E quindi è importante che le università come luoghi di riflessione sappiano rivolgere lo sguardo alla complessità di questo universo e anche ragionare in termini comprensivi e non vedere solo singoli segmenti. Raccontavo ridendo a un'altra iniziativa, e poi vi lascio, che pochissimo tempo fa ero di fronte alla macchinetta del caffè autogestita, io, una collega e altre due colleghe, una di qui, una che avevamo invitato da fuori per fare una lezione, di fronte a una macchinetta del caffè autogestita che abbiamo al piano superiore. Esce da una sala riunione un collega non di questa università, che non ci conosceva e che chiaramente ci scambia per delle giovani promesse, dello studio del diritto, ma in totale buona fede, ma questo per dire la profondità con cui sono radicati certi modelli, o per delle segretarie, non so, e ci chiede sostanzialmente di fargli un caffè. Io a quel punto sto al gioco e dico: se vuole gli preparo un caffè, vado nella mia stanza, prendo la cialda, il bicchierino, gli preparo il caffè, e nel momento in cui glielo do, la mia collega dice: guardi, è un caffè molto speciale perché glielo sta preparando la direttrice del dipartimento. A quel punto un momento di grande imbarazzo, questa persona si è presentata, cosa che pensava di non dover fare, e poi è scattato quindi un codice di comportamento che adeguava all'interlocutore il modo di rapportarsi. E questa persona lo faceva sicuramente in totale buona fede, ma questo secondo me ci deve far capire come la veicolazione di certi messaggi, di certi stereotipi, anche in ambienti culturalmente attrezzati, è lontana dall'essere estirpata. A maggior ragione immagino che questo avvenga in ambienti che lo sono meno. Quindi bravissime le colleghe, tutte di diritto internazionale, che hanno organizzato questa occasione di riflessione. Per il nostro dipartimento è veramente un piacere avervi qui e vi auguro un'ottima continuazione di lavori.
As I've done before, just a very quick summary of what our head of the department just said. I think most of you understood probably, but indeed. She highlighted that we also devoted our project of excellence, that we are among the Department of Excellence. It's a recognition awarded by our ministry. We also wanted to focus on equality excellence and equality and non-discrimination. So it's one of the core topics of our project. And Irene was highlighting how now there is a growing attention also on the part of the ministry. So they're asking to give data, gender data. So not only the basic features, but also a lot of information to work on the issue. Also, we have to work top down and also the other way around. So I think it's important that we give data, and there is a growing attention. Of course, it's also a request by the European Union. It's there are requests in the projects and so on and so forth. But somehow we can, of course, look at this in both ways. There's still a lot to do, but it's also changing quite rapidly, because Irene was mentioning when she entered in the school, there was only one full professor that was a woman, and now we have many. Actually, all our colleagues that were becoming full professors in recent years mostly are women. So that's a great achievement. But still, these top women must not be an alibi for thinking that the issue is settled. We still have to work a lot, and I'm very happy because today we also are joining forces with other bodies from the University of Florence. So we still, and also from, with our partners, I think we can still make a journey together even after the project ended. So I'm grateful to all of you. And at the end, she was telling a story about what happened here, and it's funny somehow, but still it's also revealing of how stereotypes are still entrenched in our daily life and are everywhere. So she invited guests from other university, and they were having coffee. We have upstairs our coffee machines, so we make our own coffee. And while she was having coffee with colleagues, there was a man from another university coming out of a room thinking that they were, I don't know, secretaries or something. So he was asking her to make a coffee for him. So she did make the coffee, like nothing weird happened. So she gave the coffee, and then the colleague said, well, it's a very special coffee because the head of the department is serving you the coffee. So, of course, there was a lot of embarrassment, and, then it changed, the atmosphere changed, and it was more attuned to the reciprocal roles, but at the same time, it's very revealing. And I think we all encountered this kind of accident as female academics, being called the signorina everywhere or these kind of things. But so there's a lot to do, and we have to involve men. We said this a lot this morning, but we need to involve men and to make them understand that a more equal and balanced environment will be a benefit for all, not only for women. So, grazie Irene, and now I give the floor, I give the floor to Deborah because she will duly introduce Alessandra Minello.
Thanks a lot. And please, Alessandra, join us. I would like to introduce this important guest as a final discussant of all the students' presentation. She is Professor Alessandra Minello, Assistant Professor of Demography, at the Department of Statistical Sciences of the University of Padua. Her academic research focuses on gender difference in different domains in different fields: family, work, education. She's a PI of a nationally funded project which is called Forties, Fertility Over 40s, but she's also the author of 2 books. Non è un paese per madri, genitori alla pari. Yes, we just have to wait 1 minute before starting. But yes, she's author of these books that are very interesting and enlightening about the situation of being mother and workers at the same time in Italy. And Non è un paese per madri is a title very telling. So, So in a minute we are ready. And really thank you a lot, Professor Gazzini, and Marco and Veronica as well that are helping us with the streaming and registration of this event. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. I prepared the slides during the previous presentation, so we were not ready to present them. I'm honored to be here. I really thank Professor Frulli, Russo, and Vitali for the invitation. And it's great to have the chance to comment these projects and this presentation that were very diverse, but still share some points. So my idea was to detect some points that, according to me, are important to be somehow developed, and then to close by giving you the core messages that emerge from all the presentations. So what I really appreciated was the different approach that you had in this project, and the fact that it emerged also from the presentation. The University of Florence presented very concrete directions that could be useful also for other institutions and other environments and other contexts, especially for university contexts. The University of Nantes gave a broad perspective on Europe, together with some very precise and very, again, concrete messages and ideas about some of the aspects that in Europe are developed and are concretely already in the direction of reaching gender equality, but still not completely reached the point. The University of Birmingham was great in presenting us the focus on one specific aspect that should be one of the core aspects to be considered when we think about the gender issue overall, which is violence. And the very good point was to present it at many levels and with diverse perspectives. And this can be really a source of enrichment once we look at this topic from the point of view of university. Also, that point on masculinity was really great, because it is a way to change also the point of observation. And then finally, the University of Murcia. I was grateful from you, because I learned something. I learned about much more about what I knew before about gender apartheid, which is something that helped us to look at the aspect of gender also in an interdisciplinary on the one side, but also with a prospect of not only gender diversity, but also class diversity, also other dimensions, so intersectionality way, and also the fact that they could connect this reflection with concrete measures. So I listed some points that emerged. We will look at them and I will give you some reflections on it. Please stop me whether I'm late, because I can talk a lot. So, and I'll go. So the first point, and they are in order, as in the order we face them to today. The first point regards the importance of the gender equality budget. I must admit I was somehow I felt the topic, because I was here in 2019 when there was the first gender budget of the University of Florence. Actually, I wrote it. And when we started to write it, we had clearly in mind that the gender budget can have three dimensions. It is like three mechanisms. It is like an engine. The first step is to describe the reality. The second step is to quantify what has been done, and the third step is to extend what has been done. So my impression is that we are somehow stuck at the first and second point in many universities. So the gender equality budget is much more common than it was in the past. There was also a national approach in Italy, for example, to improve the presence of gender budgeting practices in the universities, but still it is conceived often as a measure to take a picture of the situation and not really to improve the situation. So not really to redefine, like with a evaluation approach, to improve what the situation. So this would be maybe the next step and the best. The hope for the future. So to move from the first two steps from the third, as in the list of recommendations that you wrote was written and was included. The second point that was raised in some presentation was the role of motherhood. I work on motherhood, so this is one of my research topic, and I must say that I agree that it is a crucial point. It is a crucial point in life for many reasons. The first one is because it is the moment when gender discrimination increases. The second one is also because when it is the point when self-perception and self-awareness of discrimination increases. This has been demonstrated by research again. But the point I would like to raise is that it is time to change from a mother issue to a parent issue. So to change also the way we discuss this topic, and the change should come from practical changes, practical and concrete changes, but also from the way we talk about the issue. So this shift to a parental point more than a motherhood point should be crucial. The investment, and the university can do it, in equal parental leaves should be one of the points, because also in the concrete points you raised, there were some measure to improve the time back from maternity leave, but we should think it much more broadly, and to include parental leave and fatherhood leaves as one of the points. There is some research that demonstrates actually that now men in countries where they have longer parental leaves at the university do not reduce their performances, their productivity, while women do it. And this is because basically the mentality which is behind this choice has not changed yet. University can really be a driver of this change, also increasing the time spent at home of both parents, the fact that this time becomes mandatory, the fact that this time is not do not overlap the time for mothers and for fathers. This could be one of the way to go into this direction. The third point, recalling what Professor Estrada Tanck said, is promoting men's accountability. The head of the department just mentioned it, that we should include men in the discussion. I was wondering whether it is only a matter of men, or whether it is more an intersectional way of discussing, so not only looking at men, but at all the components of the student body, professor bodies, and so on. My point is also whether we should discuss to make as mandatory the fact of being that this kind of presence and balance in terms of gender, but also other dimensions, should be also in working groups that work about gender, because otherwise we risk to be, to talk always with the same people who are already interested into the topic, while the idea should be to extend the interest and the consciousness more than together with the interest to as much as we can. I would like to stress one point. I will maybe talk about it later again. There are some part of this work on gender equality, such as writing the gender budget or working on the data that are important to build the gender budget, which are now on the shoulders of some people within the departments, within the university, but are not rewarded in any way, while collaborating to other administrative or official strategies and duties are rewarded. So this could be another direction, also to raise the importance of what we do, and for the collectivity, for all the people, so to recognize the work we do for all, also in front of the others. I assume that the race to collaborate will change whether we do this, so there will be many other people trying to participate, but that would be a good result, also to be more inclusive, more open to new people to collaborate. I really appreciated the focus on the more open definition of gender, and in particular to include a definition which look at LGBTQ plus people. It's not only a matter of definition, it is also a matter of collection of data. As Professor Russo said, I work at the University of Statistics. We daily fight against the fact that we only have data, binary data, collected by regarding actually sexual information about sex, not information about gender, actually. So this would be really important. Whether you ask to national to people who implemented the national statistics, they tell us that at the European level, the process is blocked. So they do collect data on this way because the Europe still asks for them data collected into these ways. I have the impression that we must make the change, and the change should be done at European level, as you said, so that then it can it can flow to all the other levels, and this would be really necessary over the future. I'm glad that I have the impression that the new generation have much more sensitivity about this issue, and this sensitivity will enter also institution time by time. Then I really appreciate the focus on the Erasmus Plus topic. I would like to mention a work by the rector of the University of Florence, Professor Petrucci, together with me and Valentina Tocchioni. We looked at the chances of international mobility for women and men, and we found that this is also another source of discrimination. And as they say, and then as the University of Nantes show about the differences we look in Erasmus Plus, we also find the same differences at academic level, and this source of difference leads to a reduction in the occasion of cultural exchanges, but also networking, and it has a direct consequence on career progression. It is important for students for having a broader opportunities. It is important for their work perspective in the job market, but it is also important at academic level because of the opportunities that are driven from these important experiences of international exchanges. Another point is the really important point is the point of violence, and as we have seen from the University of Birmingham, the violence is sneaky somehow. We can measure it from the easiest point of view, the point of view that is much more visible. We cannot measure it when we go into these sneaky directions. Against Professor Estrada, Tanck talked about the issue of protests in this specific moment of political moment. This is also a crucial aspect that should be investigated in relation with the issue of violence. And also I appreciated the focus on victimization and the approach to investigation, which should be in somehow ruled from universities in a way that, as the presentation said, the presenter said before, that should be ruled by discretion and by the protection of the students' privacy. I was really interested in one aspect that you mentioned, which is the role of mentoring. I have the impression that within the university, as you said, the courses are not mandatory, and so mentoring is hard because very often people are not prepared to take care of these kind of cases. But it is not only a matter of how we take care of it, but also of how we react to it. There is a lot of discretionality in the way also university can react to episodes of violence, also in terms of the punishment that are raised when violence is committed by one of its members. So also this broad reflection on this topic should be really concretely approached with guidelines to hopefully shared guidelines in order to deal with this specific topic. Then there is an aspect that I would like to raise, which is about the evaluation. Well, evaluation is not gender equal. We have bias when we are evaluated, as said in the last presentation. There are bias when we are evaluated, and there are bias also when we evaluate. And when I use we to discuss to embody the student bodies. So professors also are at risk of being evaluated according to their gender when they teach. Academic staff is evaluated according to their gender when they want to be promoted. Okay, gender is one of the crucial aspects that should be taken into account. Students might be evaluated also according to their gender, or at least according to the bias and expectations and stereotypes we have on genders. My idea is that we should make courses to improve, to identify these stereotypes, biases, but it is not the only point we have to do, because courses must be effective. So I was thinking when you were presenting, I was already talked about a new project which included evaluation. So I thought it would be nice to make some of these courses at various levels in some of the departments of the various universities for the first years, and some not, to see whether there is a change into the evaluation when we make these courses to the teaching staff, but also to the student staff, in order to raise the consciousness and the awareness about these stereotypes and these biases. Because I was wondering whether it is this point of consciousness is the crucial one. Of course, it has consequences from a practical point of view, especially when we look at careers of academics, when we consider gender as one of the dimensions that is connected with progressions. There is one point that was only I would like to raise. It's connected with the pension gap, because this this extension in the timing women with respect to men reach permanent position or higher position or have career progressions as a direct impact on their own career at the time when they are young, but it has also consequences at older ages and in terms of the difference in earnings during the pension time. So this is just to say that these aspects have to do with all the dimensions within the university. I talked about the academic staff, the students, but also the staff involved in administration, as the need to be raised in awareness about this topic. But also the fact that it has a long life perspective. So the discrimination we face nowadays have consequences over the past, and we should, even if we are used to think about today, only about today, we should also think about tomorrow, and to take really this perspective in mind when we discuss the topic of gender differences. Finally, from the very last presentation, I really liked the approach and the focus on communication, which is crucial, because at least as from the side of the institution, we are really worried about the way social media are used by students, whether they are vehicle of gender violence, for example, but still we don't have maybe sometimes the perception that social media can really become a vehicle from the perspective of the institution to be transmitted to the students and to the overall community, and as they said in their project, the institution should have the courage to state the position in terms of gender inequality, because this can again raise the attention to the topic, but also the force of students and other generation to stand for some of the issues, whether they know that behind them there is a university that really takes a position also via social media, because for them they are very important, but they should become much more important also from our perspective. So this was, there were a lot of points that were raised during this presentation. There are some aspects that I think that you all agree with, or some points that, according to me, are core points. The first one is just continuing the discussion I just mentioned, is to increase the role of institutions. So institutions as social actors, university as social actors. The idea to make new connections is really goes into this direction. But also there was an idea in another presentation that there should be a vision which is unitary and coherent. And this would strengthen, of course, the position of the institution and the direction, also at a broader level, also at a European level. Then there was one point that was also emerged, which is which are the differences between women and men in STEM and humanities. It should be looked at both perspectives to really change things. So one point that we can derive from this aspect is that the cooperation, there is the need to cooperate also with lower level of education. So the core role of universities as institutions should not be seen as as an island, but to really be seen within the society and in connection with the previous steps of the educational paths. Because we know that once they arrived at university, the students have already decided which is their field of study. What we can do is to improve the life of whether they are in a field of study which is not gender neutral in terms of or gender balanced in terms of participation. This is a point that we should really look at, because also discrimination and violence might be higher whether you are in a field where the distribution is not equal, but still this cooperation with lower level of education to start from beginning, whether we want to reach equality into this direction, should be taken into account. Then there was this point which is crucial, according to me, to make some of the points that were raised before as mandatory. Now, many of the aspects are not mandatory, are left not only to university at national level, but to university at local level. Some aspects which have already been identified as crucial are not necessarily developed from in some universities. I was thinking, for example, about the methods of evaluation when we apply for funds at European level. For example, the timing of parenthood, not only motherhood but parenthood, is taken into account, whether when we applied for calls at national level or for career progressions. This stops for care reasons, which can be really broader than maternity leave, but it can be really intended as a paternal leave, but also as a care for elder people, or as a moment of stop because of health reasons and so on, is not included in the way people are judged whether they wanted to have career progressions. This is a kind of basic aspect which should be mandatory, together with some other aspects, such as by chance, for example, the gender budgeting, whether the other budgets, the economic budget is mandatory, the gender budget is officially mandatory, but then it is the first one who is not who has not been done. For example, during the pandemic time, when activities were suspended in many universities, this one was the one who was suspended as well, because it is not mandatory. So this also the snapshot of the situation was forgiven was avoided during that time. So making some of these points that you raised mandatory would make the difference. And then finally, the final point that emerged is that we must have always an intersectional approach. The big change, we will become more open to all the kind of discrimination, all the aspects of violence, all the aspects connected with inequalities, only if we take the intersectional prospects into account. Of course, we are a selected group. We are all aware of this, but the impression is that we have to extend this vision outside of here and to make it also with a positioning, with a net positioning of universities to make it much more loudly known also outside our group. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Nello. It was very interesting to listen to your suggestions.
Sorry.
So thank you so much.
Contribution. Thanks a lot. And we are a little bit late, but I don't know if there are some questions from the public or yes, please. We have to open up the microphone. No. Sì, sì, sì.
One thing for Nantes or Professoressa Minello. You talk about Erasmus Plus like a situation of discrimination. Yes, I understand very. But I don't understand if this situation of discrimination is due to a situation that's based on university, or, for example, I think to a situation that a girl that can't be safe to go away in other states. So is a general situation and not university discrimination.
Anyone from Nantes? Yeah, it should be better because otherwise we.
It's possible to talk by there because we have the microphone.
Ah, okay. So.
I say about various reasons why women are less going into Erasmus. It's not because there's many places for Erasmus in different stems and of sports. There are fields where women are less represented. Of course, there's also the fact that women tend to be less confident to move into another country on their own. Unfortunately, not all EU countries or members of the Erasmus Plus program are really safe for women. So this also that women at other fields because there's less places in gender studies the fields are more dominated
social service, for instance, Erasmus, so that we can find maybe less more hesitant Erasmus. So quite integrate the numbers, yes, but also, as I said, some things we can practice. It would be interesting just to go into details of why.
Thank you very much. Maybe there is also a general cultural reason that family are less encouraged to send their daughters abroad than their boys. Maybe there is a different approach of families toward an experience abroad. So it's this cultural thing, general cultural thing that we all have to address. So are there any other questions? Yes, please.
Maybe on the last thing Mrs. Minello mentioned, is that? Yes, on communication towards people that are not as invested as this group maybe. Well, I was wondering if maybe you had ideas on how to communicate to people that are not educated or that are not interested in gender studies, because for me it's a main issue. It's that people sometimes in some fields are just not interested in this topic, and I was wondering in some concrete proposals how to make them interested. I was wondering if you had ideas on that.
I really trust in experts. So I think that the strategy should be to invest in experts that are able to communicate to people who are not interested and who are not aware, because there are some tricks that you can use to raise awareness, some ways, such as, for example, games, in order to increase the consciousness, or some other tricks, and experts can really do it. So the point is, universities should invest into this direction, and not to simply pick some people and tell them, talk about this topic, because being an expert, sometimes being an expert about the topic doesn't mean to be able to reach people who are not interested, but being expert in how to communicate, make people being able to do it. So also the connection between these two aspects might work.
Very interesting, thank you. Other questions?
Okay. You wanted
yes, please. Thanks.
Well, thank you. It was more a comment, or in addition to what the group from Nantes said. Yesterday we were at the State of the Union conference at the Badia, and there was the presentation by former Prime Minister Enrico Letta of his Letta report, presented a few days ago. And on mobility, he stressed that when we talk about mobility, in a way, is a misrepresentation of reality, because he insisted mobility is from south to north and from east to west. And that's a problem for the European project. But my comment would be is that I think there is another layer of analysis that has not been done, is what happened with gender mobility in that context. Are we missing opportunities of mobility because of the lack of safe environments in some member states? And that's something that I think the European Union should be worried about. But it's also important for research. We don't want to have all research and all researchers, including female researchers in the north of Europe, in particular some member states. It's very important to use this, in my opinion, to use the European Union funding to decentralize research, and also to make safe research by female researchers in southern countries, eastern countries, and so on. And I think that's something that through the European University Initiative we should do. And linked to that, in the European Universities Initiative, the Commission makes mandatory to have a work package on communication. This may sound like a technical thing, but there is nothing in the work package on communication that forces us to say anything on gender. Maybe it would be a good idea to foster this communication, so to insist that within that work package, that if you want to get the EU funding, you need to have a work package and a work package lead and a communication expert on mobility in order to disseminate information about Erasmus, mobility, students, academic programs. Maybe within that work package, it would be helpful to have some expert reporting on mobility and gender issues in all these areas: mobility, research, dissemination, and so on. Sorry, it wasn't a question, really.
No, very, very interesting. Thank you. Yes, please. Sure. No? You have an funny. Please, yes.
I just wanted to react on what you said on the role of prevention and education on this topic to increase the interest of people who are not interested in this topic, not only at the university level, but also at in schools, high school, primary schools. This is something we also discussed in class, and I think it's very, it's central in this topic.
Thanks. Thanks a lot. Yes, please, sure.
Maybe just a few reactions in line. In Nantes, we are experimenting a new way to develop link between the university and primary school teacher. We prepare a notice, some short paper on a specific topics, and present it to a primary school teacher. We try to develop a new way to teach this with their specific students by pictograms. So they to translate the general question, European question, international question in pictograms, so it can be used even if they do have the proper words, even if they don't speak the same languages, they can communicate together because the drawing is something that we all commonly understand. And I think it's something that could be developed also on gender issue, because how the young generation can be aware of these issues is how we can prepare the future. So even if it's by drawing a very simple pictogram, it's how they can very sensitive to this question. Thank you.
Sorry. Thanks so much. Yes, also as a continuation of that, another point that has been set as criteria for how to approach this is including comprehensive sexuality education, and there's guidelines developed on that, and to implement that from a young age. Because I mean, what we see, and I was quite struck by the data in Birmingham, and it happens in other parts. How are we reaching these high levels of sexual violence? And again, that's only the most visible point. Of course, it's a spectrum that comes from before. So to go to the root causes is how do you do, even children in terms of gender stereotypes, and then adolescents and so on, approach sexuality, and how that has to be included in integral education in terms of deconstructing toxic masculinities, ideas of superiority, of male superiority, patriarchy, and so on, that come from that young age. And so I think these communication strategies and so on can use this content, but in a way that's attractive for students since a young age. And this is one of the resistance areas, by the way. Like in the backlash, we've seen countries in the EU itself, for example, Malta, that are resisting that there's been a lot of backlash that they don't want to include mandatory comprehensive sexuality education. So it's a fight also there because it involves freedom of women, bodily autonomy, and so on. So yes, there are issues there that place certain traditional values at risk, or so people feel. But yes, I think that's one of the points I agree that has to be approached since a young age.
I totally agree as well. And unfortunately, we have discussed this topic a lot in class about sexual education at a young age. And we have a lot of resistance in Italy. And we discussed why. But yes, I think this is a very, very important goal to achieve. Are there any other questions? I think it's time now to conclude the conference. I would like to leave the floor to Professor Michaela Frulli. We are very grateful to her. She's the PI of the UNIFI project and supported us so much. So thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. No, but indeed, it's a joint enterprise, and I will not inflict you concluding remarks because I think we have worked a lot, and I've talked a lot already. So just a final thank to everybody. We have seen, I think we have seen that there's a lot to do. We also have seen that many things, in fact, are already there or are starting, but the difficult part is how to implement them, I would say at all levels, because it's true that one also the critical points that emerges if you look at the reports from the Grevio, the monitoring body of the Istanbul Convention, is exactly the lack of coordination, of interinstitutional coordination, and the lack of, the fourth P, the coordinated and integrated policies. So there are a lot of rules, a lot of tools, but it's a lot of dispersion. So this, I think it's crucial. And I think it's crucial communication. Unfortunately, one of the things that was coming to my mind when the students were raising the thing on how to address people who are not interested, or, I think there is, there are many sides, but one thing is that they're not aware that they need, to dismantle their stereotypes, and it happened. I think it happened to all of us. The people who are studying these topics, it's a daily work, you have to deconstruct a lot of stuff, and it never finishes, basically. So people who never started that, I think that they are, they don't need that. So somehow, and the bad thing is that many of these people are journalists. So the media sector is full of people that are actually transmitting stereotypes and certain cultures. So that's something that you should think about, how to also interact with the media partners, or with how to involve the media in this whole process. I don't know. I think we will think about this. I want to end with on the good side. In fact, if you are determined, like Deborah, or like, you can achieve a big results. We managed, actually, thanks to her case, to change national law, because in fact, when she had to pass from assistant professor to associate professor, we discovered that there was an inherent discrimination in how the Italian law was conceived, because in fact, if you were too good, actually, if you already had all the parameters, you still had to wait the 5 months that the law give you to allow you more time. But in fact, if you don't need that time, you need to pass. But in fact, it was not possible. It was not possible to move forward, even if she had already all the parameters in place. And in fact, thanks to our actually previous rector, we have to say, and to some people that helped us, we managed to change the law. So it was possible to, and that's also for all the other people coming afterwards, of course. So in fact, I think we can also achieve a lot. I wanted to end with this positive note, because also if we move together, if we find the right person, we can move forward. And for the benefit of everybody. Special thanks to Alessandra Minello, that was a magician. She was even preparing the slides while listening to you. So I really thank her warmly. She pointed many things, and we will come back on the things that she highlighted. So really, what can I say? Thanks, sincere thanks to all of you. And of course, you're now all invited to lunch next door. We are moving together to this place. It's the college house. It's not far from here. We will drive you, we will walk you, and thanks a lot. Thank you so much. And we'll keep in touch with you.
Grazie Elena, questo ricordo.